Those numbers. Yes, I'm back for.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our first budget delivery of the draft budget for December 16th, 2024. This is a hybrid meeting. We do have some online as well as in the audience. I'm going to call the meeting to order and start off with the land acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Havelock-Belmont-Methuen is located on the Treaty 20 Mississauga territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nation, which includes Turtle Lake, Hiawatha, Alderville, Gugog Island, Rama, Hosolay, and Georgina Island First Nations. The Township of Havelock-Belmont-Methuen respectfully acknowledges that the Williams Treaties First Nations are the stewards and caretakers of the lands and waters in perpetuity, and that they continue to maintain this responsibility to ensure their health and integrity for generations to come. So I will ask everyone to please turn your cell phones off or place them on vibrate so it doesn't disturb the meeting. And the purpose of this meeting is the delivery of the draft budget for Havelock-Belmont-Methuen for 2025. And it's, I'll ask council if you need any clarifications. That's what this meeting's for. The rest of it will probably happen between now and our next meeting to get any if there's any detailed things that you need. But declaration of pecuniary interest, if it arises, you can declare it then. And we're going to start off with the business of Lionel. You're going to open up the book here.
Thank you, Chair. For you, I'm going to go through some high-level highlights of the draft budget as you have in your budget books. This process started in late June and went through until October. So it was about a 4-month process for managers to look at their budget packages, to develop their budgets, and tweak their budgets to what you see it here in the books. And it's worth emphasizing that this is a draft. Last year, council made literally dozens of changes to the book. So this is simply a starting point for everybody to go through. And essentially represents the resources that the managers feel they need to run their departments and operate their departments. I guess let's just start moving this. Wouldn't you know? It's not working. There we go. Okay, so in the draft document, there is a 6% increase in the residential tax rate. And I noticed a spell check typo there. I don't know why that 4-year text is before the $31.61. But the 6% increase in the residential tax rate equates to $31.60 more per $100,000 in assessment. And that also equates to, for a residential taxpayer with an assessment of $200,000, they will pay a total of just municipal taxes of a little over $1,100. And this also factors in 1.6% of real assessment growth. So that's a little bit higher than it has been in the last few years. And the one thing also to keep in mind from a bird's eye view is that since these budget books were finalized, we have had information from the OPP that they're going to be giving us some relief on the large increase in what municipalities were billed. And our insurance costs came in a little bit less than what had been forecasted. So those are changes that we can make in January when we start going through the books and making motions and council starts to, make it their own, so to speak.
We're going to have to advance that.
Yeah, maybe we better go that route. Yeah. So probably one of the biggest parts of any municipal budget is the money coming in from the province. So this year, the biggest transfer that we have, any municipality has from the province, the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, or we refer to as the OMPF. It has increased to 14%, or an increase of 172,400 from 2024. And that, a lot of people don't see it as permanent, and I would tend to be in that camp. It's hard for any municipality to say, okay, this money is going to be there forever. We know that OMPF will be there in 10 years. So it's a source of funding that typically if a municipality is looking ahead, they transfer that into a capital reserve fund to fund longer term assets. And we also have our Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, or the OCIF, that decreased by 21,000 for 2025. And that is more structured towards infrastructure investments, not necessarily just transportation, but any sort of infrastructure assets that a municipality has. And the last large transfer from the province is what used to be known as the federal gas tax, but it's the Canada Community Building Fund now. And we received a small increase this year, and that is strictly for transportation asset infrastructure. The one thing that people often ask is, okay, what does 1% mean in the budget? And by that, I mean, if we wanted to take off 1% of tax rate increase, what would that equate to in terms of what you would have to cut? So this year it is around $78,500. So if we want to lower the tax rate increase by 1%, we would have to find $78,500 in savings. And it certainly goes the other way too. If council so chose to add $78,500 to the budget, then the tax rate increase would be 1% more. And so that number you see there, it stays relatively constant every year, but it does change not just by the spending of municipality, but also by the real growth. For instance, if assessments stayed the same every single year, then that figure there, the 1%, would be equal to just 1% of our spending. But when you add in real growth, that changes that number a little bit. So it's something that, I recalculate every year so people have an idea when they're going through the budget, what that would mean. Thanks, Leah. And the other often referred to page in the budget documents, and it's page 14 in your books, is what a typical residential property owner pays for, and for each service. And it's a general guide. It's certainly not exact, but it's based on each department's relative proportion of the net tax levy of Havelock-Belmont-Methuen. So property owner with $250,000 of residential assessment, if you look on this chart, you can calculate that they would be paying $144.85 for fire services in a year. And so that's simply done by taking their assessment of $250,000, dividing by 100,000 and multiplying by that 5794 amount that is on that chart. So if anybody ever has any, issues with calculating something for somebody, you can just call me, but it's not too bad a math problem. But and if it's a commercial taxpayer, all one has to do is multiply that same number by what they call the commercial tax ratio, and that's 1.0986, which is simply just the amount of tax that a commercial taxpayer pays relative to a residential taxpayer.
The residential number is always at 1.
The residential number is pegged at 1.
Right.
So everything is just relative to that 1. And farm is 0.25. And you see some municipalities that the commercial and industrial are closer to 1.5, 1.6. I think there's a lot of municipalities that are struggling a little bit right now with wanting to change that tax ratio to provide relief to the residential taxpayers, but when that occurs, then the commercial and industrial properties then are paying more relative to their residential counterparts. Thanks, Sam. Oh, can we go back one there, Lee?
Yeah, we missed one. There you go.
Sorry. So the first section of the operating and capital budget books is the departmental operating budgets. And the first page of each section is just a high level overview of each department's operations, their purpose, their total revenues, you know, transfers from reserves, just very, very high level, how are the operations and how are the capital projects being funded? And then after that comes more detailed revenue and expense information, but that just gives you a bird's eye view, that first page. And then after those pages, you see a brief narrative for each department, like it shows their purpose, it shows any highlights from the current year, any changes in the needs of each department. Do we need less next year? Do we need more? Leah, can you just go to the next one? I just want to show, yeah, this is the bird's eye numerical view that you see when you go into each specific department. So if you look at the first column there, it's gross operating budget. So that would be overall, what do we need to spend to operate? But in this case, in the administration area, we have $2 million in revenue coming in operating revenue. A lot of that is the OMPF and some operating funding, or sorry, some transfers from the province that we then flip into reserve. And then we also show, okay, so we also have $40,000 coming in from reserve. So we get over to the right-hand side, we go from the total amount of expenses that we have to what we actually are using to calculate the tax rate, the net tax levy for each department. So there's a few little additions and subtractions there to get what we're actually billing a taxpayer for. And then there's a quick little summary down below of the capital budget and how that's being funded. And this is the narrative sheet that I spoke of. This is a really good sheet because this is where the managers say, okay, this is what my department is, what the purpose is. They highlight the changes, what happened in 2024, any accomplishments. They justify any changes in the resources they need for 2025 and any sort of planned accomplishments or tasks or big jobs that are coming in the future year, that being 2025. So I think this is a page where I think managers try to answer any questions essentially before they're asked. And the capital budget section is organized pretty similarly. So the first page is again a numerical sort of summary of each department's capital projects. And I think it's really key because not only does it say how much the projects cost, but okay, is the government kicking in any money? You know, what reserves are we, what amount of reserves are we using to support this project? Are we including any funding for these projects in the operating budget, which doesn't happen very often? We certainly aren't this year. So it's just again, a bird's eye view this time for the capital summary for each department. And this is an example. This is the administration area, which I'll get into shortly. But this shows, for instance, the downtown revitalization project that is in the economic development realm. It includes yearly computer hardware replacement that we always have, renewal of those assets, and the mail equipment that we have, and the cost to lease those equipment. So that's just an idea of what you'll see for all the other departments as well. And you see the total amount for those assets and how they're being funded. So in these cases, we've got one coming from the OMPF reserve, and then the rest are coming from the administration reserve. And as you see that in roads and every other area, you'll be able to tell, okay, that project is being funded from the facilities reserve, or this one's coming from the fire reserve. So it's a handy little way to refer back to when you're thinking about how our capital funding is working. And this is the narrative form again for each capital project, just showing, you know, what that project is. And this is where a manager will say, okay, this is kind of the justification. If there's an idea of, okay, should we add this piece of equipment? Should we rent it? This is where the case is made for each capital asset to be acquired or to be leased, whatever the case may be. But this is where, for lack of a better term, the project is sold. And how it will also affect the future operating and capital budget. So for instance, we bought an asset that, okay, that's great, we purchased it, but it also entails $50,000 in operating expenses every year. That would be on this to show council, to illustrate to council, this is all of the implications of acquiring this asset. Reserves and reserve funds, and it's always been a very critical part of municipal budgets, but I feel that in a lot of news stories about municipal budgets lately for 2025, it's becoming more and more and see a lot of municipalities that are looking into their reserves to balance their operating budgets. And this can be a very difficult way of making their operating budgets balanced, because reserve balances are finite amounts of money. If a municipality was to bring in $1 million to balance their budget from reserves, that's great. But next year, they're going to have to bring in that $1 million again. Otherwise, the tax rate would go up immensely. So it's a very short-term solution to an operating budget problem. And what our municipality has done in the past and continues to do is see reserves and reserve funds as a way to plan for the capital renewal of our asset envelope. And the asset management program requirements of the province that were brought in to play, well, years ago, but even more requirements were brought in last year. It really shows in great detail what each municipality is faced with in the next 10 years or 25 years in terms of replacing assets. And, you know, in our case, we do have a forecasted balance of around 12 million. But as we'll see on the next slide, our needs in the next 10 years far outweigh what we have in reserves. They're essentially already spoken for, and we don't have the funding for all that we feel that will be coming up in the next 10 years. So it's, and the other issue that are key for reserves and reserve funds, federal and provincial funding is more and more partnership based. So if, for instance, there's a big funding opportunity for wastewater or something that's going to cost millions and millions of dollars, I don't think we'll ever see 100% funding ever again. So we need to have money in our reserves to take advantage of the opportunities that are out there for funding when they become available. So here are just a few of the scary numbers in the next 10 years that have been identified. I didn't add these up, but you can see that there are a lot of either completely necessary or needs that have been identified out there as potential capital renewal or capital additions that are coming that we really need to keep in mind as we go through the budget and planning ahead in terms of contributions to reserves. Because there are a lot of municipalities out there that have been, as I said earlier, using the reserves for operating, but they all have needs like this that you see in that slide. So it's something that always has to be in the back of our minds.
Well, can I just jump in for a second? Just to further your comments regarding funding and how funding has changed. So just as a recent example of that, and staff is currently investigating an opportunity for funding for the expansion of the wastewater treatment plant. And it looks like there is a grant opportunity perhaps to do that work, but it's 50% funding. So if that's a $15 million project, the township would have to put in $7.5 million to get that work done.
Right. A question on reserves and reserve funds. I've had quite a job keeping them separate. Perhaps you could give a little brief explanation, the differential between reserve and reserve funds, because I get them constantly confused. Thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So reserve funds are generally just reserves that are legislatively required. So we have the best example is gas tax. We are legislatively required to have that reserve. And you also have to have its own little, I term it a sub-GL. So it has its own accounts that are balanced within the greater general ledger. So there's also one for wastewater, and there's probably about 6 or 7. So any reserve that isn't legislatively required is generally not a reserve fund. So it's a lot of the time tied to a legislative requirement or potentially even a bylaw requirement. But in terms of how we fund projects, we can use them interchangeably in terms of the budget. So on this slide, it goes into a little bit more depth about reserves and their use in both the operating and capital budget. It's just, as I said, a slippery slope. If you start to take out reserves to decrease tax rates, because then you create that base budget problem year after year. And not only that, then you don't have that reserve to pay for your capital renewal. So that aging infrastructure has really been brought into focus for municipalities in the last 5 years because of what we call the AMP, the Asset Management Program. And the other capital funding option or issue that is always out there is debt financing. And every municipality has a debt limit for debt repayments, which is 25% of its revenues. So it would be roughly 25% of $8 million for us, just in rough numbers. So every year we could spend $2.2 million on debt payments if we so chose to incur debt. So the big issue here is, okay, so once we start, if we were to incur debt, it's something that I think in most cases, then you're going to see that payment, at least with debentures, for it can be less than 20 years, but a lot of the time to 20, 25 years. And it's really difficult once you start that to get out of debt. So it's sometimes maybe unavoidable for municipalities. Obviously it is for most municipalities, but once you start, it's there. And right now with our current interest rate climate, things seem to be going down. That certainly will be influenced by our neighbors to the south going forward. So it's always a trade-off when we think about debt and how we finance capital projects. You know, there's no way of seeing any other way that if we borrow money, the taxpayer in the end is paying more for that asset and more on their taxes than they would otherwise. And so part 3 of the budget books, this is where you get into the more heavy math, and there's going to be no test on this at any point during the budget deliberation process, but this is how we take the current value assessment from all our property owners, and we take HBM's spending, and how do we derive a tax rate for all the different classes. So as part of this calculation, we know that our taxable assessment growth is up by about 1.6%. And our current value assessment, what happens that each broad class, like your residential, multi-residential, commercial, and so forth, we multiply each broad class's assessment by their tax ratio to get what's called a weighted tax assessment. And our spending is then divided by the weighted assessment to get the residential tax rate. And then that residential tax rate is multiplied by each broad class's tax ratio. And again, no test, but that's how it all interplays.
Hey, Deputy Mayor Webb has a question.
So just in terms of the tax rate, we discussed this the other day because we've got a few emails and questions about it. Someone lives out on Round Lake, someone lives here in town. Do they pay the same tax rate, Lionel?
Yep, they do. The residential tax rate for somebody on the lake and here in town would be the same. The difference would be their assessment. So I'm going to assume that MPAC would assess most houses in that area higher than in town, but the actual tax rate is the same. And in the village, they actually have an additional village rate for garbage collection and for any transfer to village road reserves.
So people that live around the lake actually pay a lower rate than the people that live here in town, because that's not what we hear from people. And I just like to get that message out to some of the ratepayers.
Yes, so the tax rate itself would be a tiny bit higher, but the assessment in the vast majority of cases, I'm sure, would be higher.
So it's totally dependent on, as I said, the value of their cottage or whatever.
That's correct.
That's where the extra taxes come from. No, I'm just saying we've had comments from people here that are telling us that people that live on a lake are paying a higher tax rate than the people here in town, which is completely false. So I'd just like to clarify that.
So maybe for another day, but the average assessment for the township, do you have that handy, or is there a number that we work from? Because I heard it a few years ago and it's a lot lower than what you think it would be because they haven't reassessed since 2016. So at one time, the average assessment was like 350,000 or something like that. Do you have that handy? We can bring it back next time. But
Yeah, I can do that next time.
Thank you.
Okay, and also in that section, it's worth noting that this was the final year in a 4-year plan by the County of Peterborough to lower the multi-residential tax ratio to 0 or to 1.0. So just a little bit of background there. 4 or 5 years ago, whatever the case may be, the county decided that they're going to move the tax ratio or the share that the multi-residential taxpayers in the county pay down to the same as the residential taxpayers. And while I was not in municipal operations at that point, my understanding was that it was mostly to spur multi-residential construction. So this is the final year. The multi-residential class is now paying exactly the same amount of taxes per dollar of assessment that the residential taxpayer does. And the education and village tax rates are essentially hold the line from the prior year. But that is where you'll see any of the calculations and the flow from the basic building blocks of the tax rate to the final tax rates. And here we come to the supplementary budget review book that all the counselors have. It's a great sort of resource, I think, for people who want to delve a little bit deeper. It has a section for the public budget priorities that are identified through our website survey. The priorities identified by council a couple of months ago. It has a section 2, I think, is a really good section. It's all the capital projects approved in prior years that are not completed. Some of those may be completed now. That's something that perhaps people, if they're wondering, managers may be able to say, oh, that one's done. But I think it was Councillor Doherty that just pointed that out. The first budget that I was here, could have had that, and I think that's good, because it is key, especially when we're dealing with finite capital sources of funding. If something isn't actually needed, well, it's great. Maybe it can be shifted to something else. Appendix 3 is salaries and benefits by department. It just shows very detailed numbers for each area, what salaries, each type of benefit by department. It's something that, like a lot of budgets, they apply, say, a 30% guideline to gross wages to get what all the personnel costs are. And it's actually pretty close for us. Some municipalities, some larger municipalities are probably close to 35 to 40. But ours is almost bang on 30%. And section 4 is just a glossary of budget terms. I mean, sometimes we use acronyms. I certainly try not to use them unless there's a explanation of them in the particular page. But if you find yourself looking at an acronym and don't know what it is, hopefully it's in Appendix 4. And Appendix 5 is complete line by line breakdown of every department's budget. So it's the highest level of detail that a counselor could find for what's in the actual budget book. So if you're wondering, oh, this number looks a little bit high for professional contracts, then you can go to that area, Appendix 4, or sort of Appendix 5, go to that department and see, oh, that's why. So that is a good resource when you're going through the other books, say, okay, I want to dig a little bit deeper. I think that's it.
Very good. A lot better listening to you than reading it myself. It's a lot more understandable. So thank you very much, Lionel. Are there any other questions for Lionel? Clarification? Go ahead.
Well, just for a couple of things, just so that people might be clear on it. You, in terms of our grant money, do we use any of the grant money to offset our operating? You're an HBM?
Through chair, we don't this year. I can't say we haven't in the past, but like I was saying earlier, it's a tough one because we know it's not permanent. They may say that it goes into the future, it's however many years, but you start using that for operating, and boy, if say the OMPF ever got taken away or halved, we'd be looking at, I don't know what kind of tax rate would be, probably be well into the double digits. Could even be, close to 30%. So yeah, right this year, and we haven't for the last few years.
Well, I'll look to the mayor. You've been here longer than me, but typically we don't use that for operating rate. That's all one-off project, capital projects, the grant money. So try and keep us out of said situations. Thank you, Lynn.
Okay. If there's no other questions, I'll do one motion just receive the opening, or we can just.
No, we can do that at the end.
Okay. All right, then. Thanks, Lionel. So we're going to go through follow the book here, and some have capital as well as operating, but Ray has a meeting a little later on, so he wanted to get out of the way here first. So we're a little bit up. We're already starting off with. We're going to start in with the fire, and then we'll talk. And same as Josh, because of the morning, he might be later in the meeting than because of some stuff he had to do this morning. Okay, so
Page 49.
fire, sir. Thank you.
All right.
So, go over the highlights of here.
Well, right there.
Page 49, everyone, just so you. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
I guess I'll just open it right up for questions if it's all there.
Ready for number one?
Councillor Flegler.
Through you, Mayor Martin. Mutual aid revenue, I'm sure that's probably just, what is that?
So the mutual aid through Peterborough County, because we have mutual aid agreements with other neighbors, it's just a transfer of money back and forth. So it more or less equals out in the long run. So they charge us for calls, we charge them for calls. Going in back and forth the boundaries.
Oh, you mean boundaries like to Duro?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Ray. On page 50, the budget for 24 was 635 and some change. The actual was 520. So that's 115 less. This year, the budget's come in at 648, which is 128,000 more. We didn't spend last year. Is there something?
There's still a lot of invoicing coming in yet this year. And some of this is the training because they had a new fellow over at the training center. So there was absolutely no training except for the recruit course really last year. This year is going to be completely different because they do have a new fella in place and hopefully the courses are going to be offered to us.
Questions for Ray?
Sorry,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
No, go ahead. As Doherty had, or sorry, Doherty.
That works too.
That's terrible.
Worse.
Sorry. So these courses and that are gonna cost 120,000? Because that,
There is a lot of expenses still coming in yet.
okay. All right, I'll take that word then.
I'll just have something in.
This is a point of clarification. The projected actual column is what is projected for the whole year of 2024, just so there's no confusion over that. It's not a partial year to date, it's what's projected for the whole year.
Just in terms of advertising and communication, Ray, what kind of stuff do we do there that?
So the advertising would be for like volunteer firefighters or any other fire prevention awareness, anything along like that. And the communications, I believe that's another whole GL account that's been added into this.
Is that like your pagers and all that?
Pagers.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, no, I was gonna say that's a lot
For agreements, yes.
for paper advertising. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you very much. Sort of just furthers that. I don't want to get into this now. One thing Ray and I talked about, I've noticed with Ray's department and the other departments when we'll get to them. The transfer to reserves are the same as from 2024. And I'm thinking that moving ahead in all the discussions we've had with Lionel about the AMP coming forward, that we should be increasing this at least by the rate of inflation, right? Like 3, 4, 5%. Because that's money we're gonna need next year and moving forward. And if we're keeping the transfers at the same level, I don't understand how we're gonna recoup that money going ahead. So my suggestion would be, we talked about this last week, so I'm not dropping. Ray already knows about this. So the 202 to me should be somewhere around a 210 or 215 number, just to keep us with the pace of what's coming. And I'm sure, I don't know if Ray, what you showed me last week, you'll be presenting the council, but there's a bunch of costs coming here in the next 5 to 6 years. But as I said, here it comes here. So this will give you the bad news. But there's another $2 million here in terms of capital projects by the year 2030. One of those is a new fire truck. So
Was one just not purchased though? Did we not just purchase one?
Yes, but you'll see on the sheet there when they get replaced.
anyways, I'm just throwing that out there in terms of not just Ray's department, all the departments in terms of keeping us up, because as we enter this asset management going forward, I just don't want our managers or us as council to be chasing money or, you know, we need to make sure that we have enough to operate here and have the
So the number,
equipment that our staff needs.
the numbers you're showing us for today's meeting, are you comfortable with them? Like, are you like he's right, we don't want to be chasing later. Now you're showing us this, so could we be having more in there?
That is today's prices.
Okay.
That's now, today. Where they're gonna go, I pick that. I've heard horror stories where they're going to go, like one of the trucks, like Norwood just bought, they're saying that they're gonna go 75 to 80,000 more in 2025.
So that's something to keep in mind, moving forward, because even with what's happening in January down in the States, the trucks come from the States.
Some
It
do.
could be a tariff. So, okay, that's something that, you know, if you have any more questions on that, speak to Ray and make sure we're all comfortable with what's in here, whether we need, like Deputy Mayor says. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it shows about roughly $2 million over the next, 5 years. So in the past, have we not been putting away a portion of that? So where is our reserve only at $200,000 for a $2 million payout in the future? Am I reading that right?
So through your memory, I have been putting money away for the last 20 some years because we keep the trucks for 20 years. There has been money being put away, but previous years, not quite enough, and it was raised up, and then I'll put it over to Lionel if there's this. We've had the conversation and say we're in pretty good shape. I believe Lionel said.
Well, I know we bought the tanker truck last December.
Yeah, that was
Yes.
the mini pumper, yeah.
Yeah, so that money come right out of reserve, so it would have been quite a bit higher up until
Yes,
December 31st of 23, right?
correct.
Okay.
It's at do you want to know where the reserve is now? Is that kind of what you're getting at? Because it's on.
Yeah,
Page 94.
but I guess the point I'm trying to make is it only at that amount?
I think so.
Okay. So that was
I
just
don't know. I defer.
clarity. Thank you.
So, yeah, and so we've seen in the last 5 years, we're seeing it with public works vehicles, any of them high ticket items and supply chain shortages. We've seen it at the county with ambulances and things like that, I think that's what the deputy mayor is referring to. Are we gonna have enough? And I know we thought we were putting enough away over the years, but there was such a drastic increase in this equipment that some were falling short. Now, there's a couple 100,000 a year going into a reserve. Some of those things are into the reserve, some of them are lower price things, so hopefully they're the end, but I have seen it before, even with plow trucks. That we were, or maybe it was fire department one time, we drained it pretty well right down because there was a couple of trucks too together. But then it came back again with the contribution, so. But that's good questions, and that's things that we got to feel comfortable with as we move through the budget. You know, we speak to Lionel and Ray a little more on that, and make sure we're comfortable before we get to the end of this process.
For in terms of process, is that something that we should make a motion on? Like maybe not today, but I mean at that point in
At
terms
that
of
point,
going
yeah.
forward and direction in terms of what we set those reserves at or what we move them up by per each year. Okay,
Yeah,
so maybe we
yeah,
pay
so that would be a part of.
Okay.
That's your Mr. Regan. Well, yeah, at the last asset management report that came in, I believe it said that we should be putting around 2 million, or something annually. That would include fire department. That's everybody. So how close have we been over the years to that 2 million, or whatever it is, doing it?
To be sure, we've actually been pretty close.
Mhm.
We're not probably quite overall where we need to be. With fire specifically, we would be, if everything was approved as is, we'd be at around 1.2 million at the end. of 2025. Putting away 200,000 per year over the next 10 years would give us another 2. So in theory, unless prices went up dramatically, I think we'd be in okay shape.
Thank you.
For fire specifically.
And
Right.
sorry, further to that, Lionel, so you're saying that the 202 is okay? If we're putting that away every year. And these are the prices, I doubt if they're gonna double within next year or 2 years. I'm just a little confused on that because you say you've been putting it away every year. And you just said that the 202 was okay and Hart's saying we need to put more in there, so what's the answer?
You share, the answer would be, in terms of reserves, I think fire is in good shape. There's a lot of other reserves that aren't.
Okay,
Overall, I think we need to bump it up,
okay,
but with 1.2 right now and over the next 10 years, 2 million coming in, if we keep that contribution every year at that level, things can change, obviously. There could be regulations, there could be a piece of equipment, there could be something else come out of the woodwork, but right now, based on what's in the asset management program that was put together by Public Sector Digest in conjunction with Ray, it looks like it's in good shape.
Great. Any other questions for Ray?
Just a question about process. Should we be going to the capital part
Yeah.
at the same time?
Yeah, so
It's on page 112.
okay, so it's
I have questions for you.
Yep, go ahead.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Martin. Just 2 things. The NRS rescue boat and the rescue UTV. Is this something new that's coming for the fire department?
So the rescue boat is basically, it blows up. It's so we have one here, but I want to get one for the Station 2 in Cordova because of the lakes up that way. I would like to get another one for there because we have kind of sort of had a call here and a call there at the same time. And the rescue UTV, basically for those that were here in the past, there was a pontoon boat put into the budget. We've discussed this as an officer level. We don't really have any. We would rather have a UTV or a 4-wheeler, something like that, because I've used my own side-by-side, I've used my own snowmobile to go into the trails to help bring people out.
Okay.
Where with a boat, we have access to all kinds of boats. We can pick from a canoe to a speedboat to a whatever when we get to the lakes.
Okay, so the rescue what's a UTV? Does that
Like a side-by-side.
Side-by-side, okay. And you want that for the station in town or the station in?
It would be
Nova?
staged here out the back now that we have the whole back base of the fire hall.
In town,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Sorry, do you know how much we put away for the pontoon boat? Like, do we have, and we'd have that already covered then between the,
There's 20 grand, or it was over a 4 or 5 year period, it was 20 grand.
but I'm just saying that would cover the boat and the UTV that you've already got put away kind of, right? If we just shift that.
Not the prices of UTVs now. Side by sides.
Got 15,000 in here.
Yeah, because what we want to do there is you can buy slide-ins for grass fires. So it's like a little tank and a pump. And we were thinking like a track system and a rescue bed.
Yeah.
That you could put on it, so you could go in the wintertime.
Yeah.
To bring out. So that's why we figured we got 20 grand there and then another 15 for these slide-in units for grass fires, forest fires, and then a rescue unit for the bed and stuff like that, and possibly a track set.
So is the rescue UTV 15,000 or 35,000?
Probably said and done, it'll be over 35,000.
So yeah.
Through you, Chair, the pontoon boat was never in a capital budget. There was money that had been contemplated to increase the transfer to reserves. So if the rescue UTV is 35,000, that number there should be increased to 35,000. And I know we're going to do that in January, but the number in this budget should be the total amount of the contemplated expense.
So where is the money from the pontoon boat? Is it,
Transfer to reserves was increased to get it into the reserve, but there's never been a capital project for a pontoon.
okay. Okay,
So the money's there, okay.
Through you, Mayor, the UTV, so this will come fully equipped in the 35. Now, it will require a trailer as well. And what about helmets and other, is that all in the 35? Like, what's the 35 cover, Ray?
Basically what I said, we're hoping, like, if we can't get the track system this year and get everything else for it, then we would put it in for the following year. This is a trial and error thing, sort of like to get us going for the summer and then see where we are when we get to the winter months.
okay, so that's not the. Yeah, I'll have some questions around that too, just to make sure I understand it. So. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, is there anything else in the capital fire? Okay.
Great.
Okay, motion, or no, we don't need to do that, we'll just move on to,
Thank you, Rick.
Where are we going?
The beaver can go off now.
Thank you, Rick.
yeah, you can get that beeper to go off quick and.
I know.
Thanks, Ray. So we're gonna move into administration now. That's on page 17.
Okay, I'm going to go through some of the highlights in administration. There's been a few line items that have both increased and decreased. So one of the big ones was, as I mentioned earlier in the opening presentation, the OMPF revenue increased by 172,400. But at the same time, since that was used for capital funding, the transfer to reserves increased by the same amount, so it kind of washes out in terms of the calculation of the total amount of net tax levy. The same for the OCIF revenue, it decreased by 20,000. Then that just means our transfer to the capital reserves decreased by the same amount. We did in 2025, if you look at page 19 in the book, we did increase technology costs by $15,000. We do feel that we need to perform a cybersecurity audit every year. It's becoming a big issue for a lot of municipalities. Cyber attacks, I think us and healthcare companies have become the favorite targets of people out there. So we feel we need to partner with a firm to get one done and potentially do one every year and set up some kind of system where we're confident on an ongoing basis throughout the year that we're covered. So that is an increase of 15,000. We have increased the admin consulting budget as well by $15,000 to reflect the use of SHRP. They're a human resources services company. For several years, I think we have been needing some in-house, for lack of a better term, advice. Human resources issues become more and more complicated. Legislative issues, employee rights. So rather than add an FTE or partial FTE, we feel that the $15,000 is a relatively cheap way of having that expertise at our fingertips at what a fraction of an FTE would cost. So it's kind of like a cost benefit analysis. I mean, It would be nice to have somebody on staff, but we don't feel it's necessary given this option. We did have to increase our audit costs as well. We were under budgeted a bit last year. We're coming back down to kind of a normalized level of auditing expense every year. I tried to work with them them being Baker Tilly, our auditors, to see what, can be done ahead of their audit to kind of make their time here less, so we get billed less. So I think we kind of were a bit aggressive last year, so we just had to increase that by around $5,000. So that, I believe, is everything I had noted for operating.
Sorry, I'll just jump in there if I can. The other significant change in operating is the economic development initiatives that are included in the administration budget. As you can see, an increase to 85,000 from 34,000. Or 39,000 from the 2024 budget. And there's an explanation of that on page 21 of your book that lists it all.
I just got the professional services and contracts. Did we address that? Or
Yeah, that would be the audit expense. That's the largest part of that. I'll just go check the detail here to make sure there's nothing else jumping out at us here.
it's that much, an extra 40?
No, so that would also include the SHRP of $15,000. That's been added to the budget because we feel, rather than add a.
Okay, the human resources, yeah. And then, so then the boost in the information tech is on cybersecurity?
Yes.
Okay, no, thank you, Lana.
Deb, do you have something?
Kind of, the economic and development issues. Visitor center staffing. Has the council decided that we are going to now be paying for a staff member at the visitor place? And village banner and lights, I'm not understanding that because Parks has village banners and lights and now you guys do.
Go ahead.
Sherry?
Through you, Mayor Martin. So on our budget, there is some costs that have transferred for Parks and Recs department to ECDEV. And a little bit of history there. It used to reside in the ECDEV budget, but when we didn't have an economic development officer in place, Parks and Rec picked up that cost. So now it's transferring back. So the installation, what you're looking at is village banners and lights, $15,000. That's actually the cost of having people mount the pole, hang the banners, hang the lights, and take them back down. And we can only utilize certain certified resources for that. The other visitor center staffing. So one of the tasks assigned to me, which was Bob's thinking, which is better to have a line item in the budget should the Chamber of Commerce not get the funding through Canada Summer's Jobs, as we experienced this past year. And so that's why that line item is in there. But I can tell you that the Peterborough and Kawartha Chamber, where we had budgeted this past summer, and we had one individual that we did recruit, we didn't end up paying for that because Peterborough and Kawartha Chamber was looking for a resource and chose to fund ours because they had it in their Canada Summer's Jobs. So we didn't actually have to pay for that resource. Likewise, they're in the process of completing the Canada Summer's Jobs application, which I think is the end of this month or the 19th or so, for 2 resources for our visitor center. But we still have that line item from a planning standpoint.
Go ahead.
Okay, now you said that the banners and the lights have been transferred from the Parks Department, because they have banners and lights also in their budget, and you've got them in yours. What company are you getting to put those up?
For you, Mayor Martin, so we use Simpson Electric, which is the organization that does all the installations. Yeah, for lights, just to remind folks that we did make a significant purchase in 2023. And so those particular lights won't require a significant maintenance for some time. Banners, we'd had made additional banner acquisition for fire and ice through a grant. And there are typically four installations so that you try to plan it. So when banners come down, we are putting up new banners.
Okay, and the lights in town, where are they? The ones that you are now in charge of?
So for those assets, they've been purchased already. I believe they would have come through CapEx, I believe. Would that have been the decorative lights, the Christmas lights? That would have been 2023.
I believe that was done in 2023.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Gary, you got a question?
Yeah, do you remember if Kawartha picked up the tab for the salaries last year, so is that money that we didn't spend in the reserve then?
Through your Mayor Martin, we did not pay for the resource at the visitor center this year.
Affirmative, but did we budget for it, but they ended up picking up the cost last year?
Through your Mayor Martin, I don't believe it was a budgeted line item. I think we came to you sort of late stage because it didn't receive their funding, and council approved that through council initiatives or another.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, I think that's what the idea here is, but that being said, it is a draft, so when you're concerned about it, you.
So yeah, with that, there's a lot of things that have been transferred here, obviously from parks. I mean, maybe when Josh gets here, we can look into where it's come off his budget, right? But between banner stuff like that, and then a lot of other stuff here, I don't know if council realizes, but this is all stuff that used to be covered under council initiatives. So whether it's the fish derby.
The fire and ice, the council.
Well, I don't know if Fire and Ice was, that might have been separate, but I mean, Summerfest, the smaller ones, Summerfest, Pumpkin Parade, those are all things we did out of council initiatives, right? That are now being thrown into Sherry's budget. So, I
Okay,
mean, moving forward, when I got thinking, talking about this, I don't know what we carry. The number, we'll get into the number we carry for our council initiatives, I think maybe we should take some off of that and transfer that to Sherry's act dev budget, seeing that she's going to be carrying it moving forward, right? So we just lower the number of our council initiatives, move that over there, and it should be accounted for. So, but in terms of the banners and lights, as I said, that's been transferred. I guess when Josh gets here, we'll figure out if it's been taken out of his budget, right? So.
Good idea. Go ahead, Lionel.
Through you, Chair, I did speak to Josh during the development of the budgets when I saw this and confirmed that for those specific items, village banners and lights, specifically, that he said they have been taken out of his budget.
So yeah, I think it's like $3,000 or $4,000 every time they install the take down and install the banners up, so.
Through your Mayor Martin, that's correct.
And because they're unhydrantable.
And then one other thing that, I don't know if we'll get into it now, but I discussed this with Sherry. The item on there, $33,000 for rebranding project. That was brought forward, direct dev as an idea. It hasn't been, I don't think council's kind of ruled on it yet, but my suggestion there would be, because it's a one-time deal, if we could move that out into a capital. I know we don't really have active capital, but maybe this is the first active capital budget item, just so to get separated out, because to me that if we do it, that's gonna be a one-time deal. That's not gonna be a recurring cost. So if we can separate that 33,000 out, and then, as I said later in our deliberations, look at that as a one-time project instead of here under a line item in our operating budget, which would greatly reduce the number of the operating budget as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's.
Good.
Just one question.
Yeah.
What is rebranding? What is that project that you've come up with?
Through you, Mayor Martin, one of the important projects that falls out of your strategic planning exercise is to rebrand, which is to establish what is our identity as a community or as a township. And part of that will be to look at name, logo, key messaging, and that exercise will have to be planned, will have to be approved, and all these items really spoke to signage, largely signage. So as you establish, let's say, a new rebranded identity, then it's your signs coming in and out of town, it's signage on buildings, it's some of the materials that we would have out there that we utilize for communications and marketing.
Okay.
Trucks, stuff like
Yes,
Different
very good vehicles.
stuff, whatever.
And we're rebranding our name, are we?
Well, no, that's what it's for, though. We could like look at it.
So this is just like a question, really. You've just added that into the budget because you'd like to do it, but you're not
Well,
sure.
it's been brought forward, I think, through Dev on a recommendation in that they'd like the community to look at a
We've already
rebranding.
done all the way signs and.
Through you, Mayor Martin.
Sure. Are you doing them again?
Through you, Mayor Martin. So rebranding has been kicked around certainly before I joined the team 2.5 years ago. And when we looked at our gateway signs, the gateway signs that we've rebranded are not the welcome to Havelock signs. It's just your service organization signs. There is no logo on those signs. There's just sort of a piping around the outside and then the logos of your community groups. The rebranding has been identified through the Economic Development Committee, looking back to the time of Ryan Bratton. So this is probably roughly 5 years ago. When I joined, it was kicked around this year, and there was a recommendation made that came from the committee to council, which was once we go through and complete the strategic plan would be to revisit who are we,
Okay.
what do we stand for? And because we're now fully amalgamated, we no longer have the ward system. It's an opportunity to also address what do we call ourselves.
Okay. Thank you, Shirley.
Councilor Gordon?
So well, you're right. It's been taking around longer than the George Street project. So do we not have reserves set aside for the rebranding at any stage? Lana, did you dig up anything there?
You Chair, I've seen nothing in reserve for it. I mean, now having said that, there would be space within the administrative reserve to support it, but I haven't seen any sort of space.
Nothing's good. Thank you.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, just to point, it hasn't gone to the council yet. So I think.
No, but sorry, this is previous years. I've heard rebranding at the 22nd, 2022 budget. I've heard in 23 budget discussions. And what we're saying, we've discussed it, but we've put no money aside forward, and now it's coming through the ECDAP.
Yes, and you're right. Maybe we should have. I think I think we're waiting for the strategic plan to roll out and then get into the rebranding. But I guess we could have put.
No, I just question whether we had anything or not, because
I don't believe so.
No, Lana says we. Good, thank you.
Okay. All right then. So next with admin would be the capital side on page 99.
I mean,
That's okay. We do that on a one-on-one.
yeah.
So if you, through you, Mayor Martin, Lionel just said if he wanted, I could start. So if you refer to page 101, this is just an extension of our previous conversation about rebranding, but also we have some, as you remember from recent council meetings, we've been talking about incorporating a revitalized or downtown revitalization project. And that would incorporate things like streetscaping, decorative lighting, my goodness, murals, as well as in some cases, the notion that you could have a beautified through stamped concrete, that sort of thing. So what we tried to do, and this predates the two council meetings that we've had more recently because it dates back to October. But some of the things that we looked at when we were sort of estimating what those costs might be, we had looked at extending electricity to the Patterson Parquet. It's something that would allow us to hold events there, to utilize the corner. So if we had a farmer's market, let's say up Oak, we could have music playing there. We could start utilizing the, let's say, the intersection of Oak and George more effectively. You could also imagine one day having a tree lighting service or something along those lines in that space. It's beautiful. It's going to certainly revitalize that corner in our downtown area. That's the $4,500 I'm referring to. The mural is, again, it's a rough estimate. There are a couple of things that are really important when you think about that. One, you need to have the landowner's permission to paint a mural on the wall. The building that is 3 George Street West, when it was painted, the brick was painted, it was painted improperly. So that wall will have to be sandblasted, treated, sealed, and then again, perhaps even painted. But in speaking to the landowner, he would provide or willing to provide us access to paint something lovely on the wall, but certainly doesn't want to pay for all of that. So that's something to bear in mind. There is the notion that we could also look at large banners, similar to what you see at the LCBO, where we can swap them out. You can have a Matheson dedicated, like something that's historical references or seasonal or downtown shopping. But that's something to consider. And I'll bring a report to council when we get there. The other items, you have grading of the George Street parking lot. When I work with our local businesses, particularly those that are in the, let's say, Quebec and George Street space, parking is always an issue. It's a very narrow street, parking both sides, and the notion of having additional parking in that vacant property, it excites everyone. And so we've allowed for grading of that space, paving and line painting, also an estimate that was provided there. A lighting of so we would need 2 poles and it would be overhead hydro coming in so that it's lit to meet commercial standards. Installation of decorative lighting on existing wooden poles and the installation of interlocking concrete. I've just literally cherry picked some of these costs from Pat Schick's original estimate. And I just want to point out again, we had this information predating your last 2 sessions. We will come back to council with more fine-tuned numbers. For example, tree planting, all of those details. We got great feedback from council that tree planting is likely not something that's critical for that.
There's almost $200,000 there that we discussed, I think, at the last meeting, that probably won't stay there. Or
That's right.
the interlocking.
Yes,
Yeah.
we were looking at a different solution for it, Oak and Jordan.
Yeah. So
Yes, so this particular one will have to be addressed, and perhaps our next meeting, I'll be able to coordinate with Bob, so whatever we bring back to council will also be reflected here.
Yeah, the budget book was prepared before
yeah.
Jules'
Yeah.
presentation.
Okay. So is there any other questions around? Go ahead, Lionel.
Sorry, I just wanted to follow up on Sherry's part. On page 99, there's just 3 I would say yearly amounts. We have just cyclical computer hardware replacements, and we have one of our servers has to be replaced. And we examined the buy versus lease on our mailing and postage meter and our mail folder inserter. And we found it was close, but the leasing was going to be cheaper. They don't last very long. It's not like buying a phone and then you're going to keep it for 10 years and everything's going to be fine. So we had to look at it, and while it was closed, we thought since
I just realized.
since the service would be cheaper under the leasing, just the whole package was more attractive. So other than those 3 items, there's nothing currently in the admin capital budget.
To you, Mayor Martin, the postal set, did you say you got a stuffer in there?
Yeah,
Do we have one now?
yes. It's an older one. It was breaking down. It was causing a lot of grief in this office, and quite honestly, a delay in getting when we could mail things, getting mail out. So it was at the end of its life for sure.
And a follow-up, if I may, does it stuff everything?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It puts all the items for the tax bills in, of course, the dump cards, the different notes, the actual bill. Yeah, it's, if that's what you're referring to, yeah, it does everything.
And for example, our newsletter would fold up and go in.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Okay, thank you.
When it's working, yes, it's great.
Okay. Any questions around the admin capital? Great, then. Thanks, Lionel. Thanks, Larry.
Thanks, Jerry.
Okay, the next item is council. Like 20. I think like you said, there's something that can be looked at as far as part that we always had, like the council initiative thing with Linus.
Future, I just wanted to point out one item that caused some of the percentage increases to look strange. There is an amount, if you look on page 23, there's an amount that's been added for community doctor initiatives for 108,150. So it looks at first blush that the council budget has gone up a large amount, but it's entirely due to that one item. So if you're looking at a global number, it may look strange.
Thank you.
Sorry, where is that line?
Page 23.
Yeah, 23. But I don't see 100 and,
If you go to the fourth last line, it'll have a big increase there. Yeah.
right,
Kathy?
and that was decided by council or not decided by
No,
council?
that's a work in progress. That's a proposal.
Suggestion. Kathy?
Do you remember, so membership, travel and education for council? What is about $6,000 increase? Can you just tell me what that would consist of?
Through Chair, I hesitated to decrease the budget. The budget was the same in 2024 and it doesn't look like it's all going to be spent. I know there's probably lots of events that the council and training that council would like to take. So I thought that was a decision for council and not for me when I'm putting together the book. So
Fair enough.
So that would be like conferences, any of the seminars at AMO or whatever puts on. I know I've still got a couple to take, but and they run around $300 or $400 a session. So
That much?
Yeah.
See, that's what, I don't want to get into the whole thing here, but I had a discussion kind of around that. I don't mind us going to conferences and stuff like that, but I don't know if we should be taking educational courses in terms of, you know what I mean? Like, I know,
we
I
can pay for them ourselves, but that's.
no, that's what I'm getting at. No, exactly. I don't think we should be charging a municipality. Like if you're going to a conference to represent HBM, that's one thing, but if you're just taking some, computer course because you want to.
Oh, these are counselor courses, counselor training courses. Like leadership,
Counsel.
things like that. Yeah.
To be a council.
Like I took module 1, 2, 3, and 4 for counselor training. Yeah, it's I agree. Like I'm not taking Excel and things like that. It's not but these are specific to council. So, and that's what they run around. So they used to be in person, now they're online, but like I've been to Kingston, Peterborough, all over, but now they're all online. So that's one of the reasons I haven't done too many is that I do like the in-person, but anyways.
Mr. Mayor, the grant things, these are simply topping them back up to the original approved. Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, future, that is correct. It's just the amount that was spent, so we're topping it back up.
Yep. Yeah.
So, yeah, and then Lionel, so there's no money transfer back to the CIP, is that topped up, Lionel or Sherry?
Yeah, it must. Maybe.
It hasn't been drawn down on.
That's correct. That's the why.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No problem. And then if I
A
just
little
look,
glitch there.
and then when we go up to the council initiatives,
Is that what you're talking about, Jim, maybe in terms of the number being different, that we've already allocated that money coming out and going to act out? Like we put 34 in last year and we're only putting 5, or do we not not spend
That's
any?
just the council initiatives is probably from the grants. I would think like what that was used, we're just topping them up, is it, or what's the 5?
It's actually decreased.
Yeah, no, it's going, no, we're putting in less. That's why I'm just saying,
Yeah.
did we not spend that money last? Did we not spend $29,000 at a council initiative last year, less than the year before? I'd find that hard to believe, or has it already been?
Shows
No.
us, it shows us a 34.5 we spent.
Which on my understanding was.
Yeah, but what I'm doing is a transfer back to top it up. The 34 going back is to take it up to what it used to be, the number it used to be at, right? Am I right, Lionel?
Yeah,
Go
if I
ahead.
could just clarify that. So in the 2024 budget, we had to transfer to the reserve 34,450. I did that. I didn't transfer that money, so that amount's going to be exactly the same because I did the journal entry to put the money into the council initiative reserve. And in 2024, there was about 5,300 used that needs to be topped up to the reserve. So to get it back to its original point.
Quickly, what's that number?
When you hear 82.9.
What's the 29?
I think it's 45. I can look into that.
The 45 is total.
The,
Yes.
4,700.
for the council initiatives, I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I always thought it was 80 or no.
Yeah, it's gotta be higher than that, I think, right?
It's not.
I thought maybe we knocked it down to 60. 80 is where I'm, yeah, but I thought maybe it's something. We'll talk about that later.
No, council.
Well, if we have one discussion, maybe we'd all keep on.
Deputy Mayor's talking about the council initiatives.
Yeah, so I have a question for council initiatives. So did we spend the 34,000? Or we're just adding, we had 34 in there from last year.
Through Chair, the 34 in the 2024 budget was recognized that in 2023, we had spent that. So we had to put that back into the reserve. So this is just the amount going into the reserve. It's not what was spent out of council initiative reserve. It's just
Okay.
the amount to top it up.
So we spent nothing on the council initiatives in 2024.
In 2024, we would have spent $5,358. So
We spent
then,
5,000.
but then boom, we have to put that back in to top it.
Correct, okay.
Oh, we'll get into that later, but that's just my point in terms of that number seems low, so I don't know if it's already been transferred to, do you know what I mean? To Act Dev in terms of, that number should be, they're pretty static, I think, between 25 and 30, what we spend in region.
Well, we only spent
Anyways.
5 last year.
Well, I'm just saying, maybe it's in Charity's department or another department, it's.
Through Chair, it was 45. I just looked in my records. That's what we consider that to be the level that we top up to for a council initiative reserve.
It's probably a good thing.
No, yeah, well,
Yeah, it was always a little hot. Way we covered it, so.
That'll be a proper discussion next session, will it?
Yeah.
If-
So. Okay. Any questions around the council portion?
well, just I don't know, maybe we won't deal with this now, just and you referenced that we've got the healthcare initiatives under council. Moving forward, is that something we're gonna keep in council, or maybe if we go that way, we would itemize that as its own department, Mr. Mayor, right?
A line item.
We can keep it there now for,
Yeah, for
Okay,
now, but
okay.
I think it's gonna be a line. I think it's gonna be a
Okay.
line.
Oh, thank you, just clarification. Honest, I
Yeah.
think we're spending a lot of money.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, animal control, I'll get into. Some that don't have a lot of. Page 25.
More than mayor, members of council. Animal control is fairly consistent, 2024 budget. The Peterborough Humane Society
looking after it for us, and it seems to be going well. A little bit of increase, and that's just the volume of calls we've had this year, and that's not just dogs, but cats.
Yeah, there's not a lot in there, but we've done a lot of changes over the years on that one there. It's been moving around, but for the most part, there's not a lot we can do there. Any questions? All right, so we'll move right into building. That page, the operational 28.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and just one of the things to remind council that when you see the vehicles and the fuel and the maintenance of vehicles, it all falls under building, but is shared through all departments. So it all shows under the building budget. Now we've taken over sewage systems, and there's going to be an increase obviously in revenue, and you'll see an increase in expenses as well. We have to get some tools to look after septic, so you'll see that in office supplies, and obviously an increase in fuel as well, as we'll be running more for sure. We have in there for a summer student as well, and hopefully that if that student works out, they can help in all departments as well. Maybe do a little bit of bylaw checking on parking, that sort of stuff. And a part-time sewage system inspector only on an as needed basis, so very minimal if somebody's on. Other than that, not a lot of change.
Go ahead.
Do you remember, the miscellaneous revenue? That's quite a difference, 12,000 to 40,000.
So the miscellaneous revenue is being, if somebody builds without permits and they're charged double fee,
Okay.
that's where that would fall on. And also our renewal fees fall under it. We send a few of them out each month to try and stay on top of them. So we work from our 2-year period, and our renewal fee is 2 years from the permit fees. So we try and stay on them going forward. And as we have time, we try to move backwards as well.
So the capital portion of the building. If you want to.
Yeah, we can. And again,
That's 102.
That's really, Mr. Mayor, that capital again is under building, but it's speaking to radios in the vehicles that are shared by all three departments for. Sometimes even we have to do some all times. So then you see it out of there $6,000, and that's the new vehicle coming hopefully in December. We'll have 3 vehicles, 2,000 radio install in each vehicle, and that was recommended by our health and safety committee.
Yeah, through where, as we discussed, I think earlier, the outset, assets come with operating. So is that the purchase, and then there will be licensing fees and monitoring fees? Like, is that all we're going to be paying on that? There's no operating cost to these radios?
For you, Mr. Mayor, I've asked that same question, and then maybe Peter can help me out, but I believe that the fees will just be added. There's no additional fees. If I'm right, there's a certain number of radios we're allowed under that cost now.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, there is a number of amount of radios that we have, and we play, I believe top of my head, it's $175 per month for so many radios. So, and I believe Parks and Rec, so if budget gets approved, the fee might go up just to add the additional radios. Possibly if we're over the number of radios that we're allowed.
And that operating cost is in whose budget?
Yeah.
And that's for all departments. Those are for everybody then? So roads have them now, Peter?
Yes, through you, Mayor.
Parks and Rec doesn't?
Yes, Parks and Rec does, but they are
They
adding,
do?
I believe they're adding 1 or 2 additional radios.
Would like to.
And share the cost, I believe as well, Mayor Martin.
Go ahead, Travis.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can get a count on radios and determine if there will be any additional monthly fees.
Yes, ma'am. That'd be a good thing.
Just, no transfer to reserves. So are we putting any money away moving forward here?
That's right. Mr. Mayor, Lionel and I have had that discussion. We have a healthy reserve right now and nothing for this year.
That's good, where we are.
Future, it's quite healthy, and I think essentially building has to be somewhat self-financing. Yeah, I think that's the correct term.
Professional services and contracts. Oh, 29. I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks.
On this. I know we got a new employee. I don't know if that's covered under building or planning there. Or maybe just the weight or the septic stuff coming up.
Yes, it's for you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that would be our part-time. Part-time on an as-needed basis to assistant inspector. That'd also be the summer student now.
Future, that $5,000 increase is for legal building, went from $20,000 to $25,000.
But trying to get on, I've just seen a lot of these contract, like for most departments, the project, professional services and contracts are going up where we're not meeting the level from last year. So that's just why my question is there, right? In terms of if there's something coming down that I don't know about. So I'm not trying to nitpick.
So there are a number of building permit files.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Sean.
Sorry, I don't mean to belabor the radio situation, but so we have radios now. So are they purchased, rental? How are they? And how many do we have now?
Through you, Mayor Martin, we have one in every piece of equipment that.
What's that equate to in numerical terms? And well,
I believe it's 12.
okay, what's the life expectancy of them if we purchase?
Through you, Mayor Martin, it all varies. Some that are in a half ton, the life expectancy is a lot greater than some that's bouncing around in a backhoe and getting dust and dirt. And so it's a real variation of life expectancy, but it would definitely be if the vehicle, as in the building department, is a 10-year, say, or 15-year life expectancy, that radio would definitely meet the same life expectancy as the vehicle.
All right, thanks.
Those numbers will come back in the future for the licensing and things like that. So how many there is. The fire department, their radios, is that separate or?
And sorry, I'm afraid of who's on like health and safety? Is that an internal thing? Internal committee?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. The Health and Safety Committee is an internal staff committee. We involve every department except for fire, who does their own health and safety administration.
Okay. I have a question. That's fine.
Kind of stupid, I think. Okay, through you, Mayor Martin. The radios, I mean, honestly, what are they? I'm not understanding why everybody needs these radios in their vehicles.
Through you, Mayor Martin, they're like a CB. They're a two-way, so we have our own channel. So we can talk, we can communicate with fire if needed. We can change the channel. We can talk directly to Public Works and Parks and Rec. So it's
Right.
It's a form of communication between all of our equipment and vehicles.
They're stuck up on West Kosh and they have to radio down to get, they come and pull them out.
Outside to town communications, which is great.
No,
Okay.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, just to clarify the radio issue. We have a number of areas in our township without cell coverage. And when the fellows are up in the rural area, if they encounter an issue, then the radio is there for health and safety reasons. It's also there for emergency purposes in the event that there is a response to a storm, for example, and they need the radio, then the radio is there to assist that. That was the intention of putting that in the budget.
Okay. Going forward though, are the signals for these cell phones not getting better with all these new towers that are being set up? Like, I'm not understanding
We don't
really.
supply them cell phones. They have.
Oh,
their
so
own-
they don't have, oh, excuse me.
They have cell phones, but they're
Now
wrong.
you guys all had cell phones and now you're getting radios. All right, never mind. Scratch the question. It's okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Right then. The bylaw side of the department then.
Yes, so that's for you, Mr. Mayor, bylaw enforcement again, not a lot of change there at all.
Page 30. Sorry. Okay. All right, then. Well, you want to take a 10-minute break and we'll come back?
And for,
10-minute break, come back, quarter after, moved by Deputy or Councillor Doherty, second by Deputy Mayor Webb. All in favor? Carries. Okay,
Motion to resume.
okay, motion to resume moved by Councillor Doherty, seconded by Councillor Clement. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, so we're gonna move into roads, Peter.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just looking for roads.
Yes, good morning, Mayor Martin.
Operations, page 70, is that?
Yes, good morning, Mayor Martin, and members of council. As you're flipping pages, I'm going to just hit on the highlights here. On page 72, highlights of the operating budget proposed for 2025. Very minimal changes here. Hardtop patching, proposed increase of 5,000. Roadside mowing, proposed increase of 2,500. The snow plowing contracts, staff are going to review that proposed increase, as we have had a contract that is being looked after in-house. So, but as far as operating for roads, that's the changes there.
Questions for Peter?
Yeah, the snow removal for the village and the plowing. That is a significant change. 63 from 24 last year. And the 5,000 for the sidewalk plowing. The 12,000 issue.
The actual last year with no snow, is that what it is? Maybe the actual last year was low and we didn't have any snow?
That's okay.
Look on my page. Yeah, the only change on the snow plowing was the increase from the previous budget was increased by 5,000, but that relates to like Ottawa Street, the contracts that we have for Ottawa Street and the quotations. I haven't increased anything else in the snow plowing or removal that's noted here. Snow plowing and removal E1.
The sidewalks.
Yeah, page 71.
So the actual to the budget, I think it.
Just checking the notes.
They didn't, there was no snow.
Oh,
Mine's the same. 4 plows instead of 10.
so sorry, through you, Mayor Martin, I see,
What I mean?
yes, Councillor Flaggers, yes, so there was zero, basically zero snow removal done in the village last year. We did it all with our own township internal equipment, so it was very minimal snow removal, but the budget has not increased though from the prior year.
That's true, yes, yes, but your actuals aren't really close to what you're budgeting. So are you projecting that you're gonna be spending $63,000 this year?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, the previous year, we were right on budget. I think we were just a little bit over, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Well, here in the book, it says we were only 24,000 last year.
Sorry.
for Snow removal.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, the year before previous, no, not last year. So if last year is 23, 24, 22, 23, we hit that number of 63,000.
Snow removal is always a guesstimate. If you don't know what the weather's gonna bring you, so you put your best guess in there. But you don't wanna leave yourself short either, because then you're gonna be in trouble. So, if you have a history like of 3 or 4 years or 5 years and it keeps, that other number keeps showing up, you're gonna probably cut it, but.
And through you, Mayor Martin, I think this year, the prediction is from the weather forecasters that we will have snow this year, so it's.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, we've already been doing snow removal here last week, so it's probably equal to what we've done last year. It was 2 years ago, I should say, Councillor Flager, that we had that expense and the budget was at its limit there.
Deputy Mayor Webb?
Yeah, page 71, it's we break down like the grass cutting and all that, Pete, at the top, we get wages. So the actual last year is 239 and we're up to 302. So I'm just wondering, like, it's hard to follow with, should I get into this now, Mr. In terms of the, so we discuss this as a county, like when we have this thing below here, that's got everything kind of mixed in between the materials and the wages into each kind of department or breakdown of, I guess, what you're doing. Is there a way we can separate that out? I don't like, it's nice to have it up top here, but I mean, even because it's just hard to follow about what, you know what I mean? Like how much is going in there in terms of materials, what's for wages. And when I got a, $75,000 discrepancy up here with wages, I can't figure out what's going on there. Like,
through you, Chair, we could, it could be looked at either way. If we don't like it being lumped in together with, wages, materials and supplies, and we'd rather see it, okay, what actually are the.
Well, yeah, well, not to, anyway, my whole point is, my question is around the wages because everything else looks good, right? So I mean, when I look at the bottom and I look at even the bottom 5 of the top there, everything looks pretty good, but it's just the wages. I'm at 239 to a 302. Like, how do I explain that extra money?
Through you, Chair, yeah, so that would be a function of somewhere in those ones down below, and Peter could speak to it, that there is wages are below what had been anticipated. So I'm going to assume a lot of that, it has to do with snow events.
Okay.
And Peter's thought to himself, okay, so for these individual items down here, the wages were lower and the projected actuals than budgeted. And so that's why it is aggregated up to top. Overall, the wages projected actual is lower than budget.
Okay, no, thank you for that. I assume that's what it was. And just moving forward, like I said, I don't know if there's a way, because it could be tricky, but if there's some kind of way we could separate out at least a couple of these, like there's quite a few there, but I mean, the major ones would be like snow removal and grass cutting, and like, just so I can see.
That's the future. Absolutely. We could bring that to budget committee, just
Okay.
the full breakdown.
As I said, that's something that came up at county this year the same way when we were doing this, the roads for county. It's just hard to follow in terms of where the discrepancy is, whether it's in wages, materials, to try and correct it. So thank you very much to both of you. Through you, Mr. Okay, on the same item as Deputy Mayor. Wages to me are a regular event. We happen every, twice a month? So actual wages, you should be able to be projected out. So I don't understand how we can miss it by that much unless we've had a new hire. It's the same people we had at January 1st as we have in December. So what caused the low number and what caused the high number, I guess?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. I know Lionel and we did talk about this prior to when we were working on the draft budget, and the best way I can explain it is in snow plowing and the village and snow removal. Last year was an exceptional year, No,
I don't. Okay. The question is simple. We have people that were paid $10,000 a year. We have 8 of them. 8 times 10 is $80,000. Now, if we have overtime, that's overtime, not wages.
Well, that was where I was going,
right,
it's
sorry.
the overtime with the snow plowing, like, the public works staff couldn't even fill their banked hours last year because there was no overtime to have. So lots of times, the overtime, I would have to go back and check my numbers, but the overtime was cut drastically last year for the public works staff because there was no snow events and very mild winter, so.
Sorry, I'm just confused by the word wages, because wages, overtime, and bank, that's a separate item. Maybe I'm just confused that I don't have the separate item, but I can talk to line law. Thanks, Peter.
Yeah, so I think what Councilor Doherty's trying to say, like in wages, you have a set thing. So if it's if there's 20 employees and they make $100 each, it's whatever, $2,000. So the overtime is a separate thing there. And I think there is a sheet that you obviously have a sheet somewhere. I've seen it in years gone by that shows more detail on that thing. But yeah, there's a number for actual and then, the overtime is obviously coming into that. So they could be separate, just so we can see it better, I guess. So, that's just, I don't know whether we normally do that, but, I think that's where.
I think that's a great idea, Jim. If we could have the overtime hours, even in a bracket, snow plowing.
Like I say, I think that's in the background and that it's maybe not for this meeting, but it's something you can ask and see it.
It has to be, it can't be two different numbers in my view. It's set wages or wages. This is what we pay our people. Now, we don't add the benefit costs onto there because they're a separate item. They go under benefits, right?
To share the benefits on, say, page 71 would be aggregated with the wages line.
Okay, so if you took the snow plowing out of that bottom thing there and took the 171,000 or whatever, that's probably overtime then, would it be? You know what I mean? Like the sanding, salting, I'm just using those ones because they're big items, but that would be extra things that aren't included in their hourly wage.
Through you, Mayor Martin, so I was focused up on the top of page, I think it's 71, but if we look down at the bottom of like the projected annual for 2024 and the 2025 proposed budget, and I think that's where a lot of the items hit, like sanding and salting. There's top of my head, there's almost 50,000 there. Road snow plowing, there's 15,000 there. And again, the snow removal, there's quite a substantial from 2024 what we did spend from the existing budget to what we're proposed for 2025. We haven't changed any of those numbers or added to them. It's the same as the previous year. We just didn't have the snow, but I think I come up with close to $75,000 just on 3 items there. So just if that's the numbers that we were all shooting for at the bottom, and wages include overtime and the equipment times are in there too. So.
Okay.
So those are the wages up top. Is this just strictly overtime then?
Sure.
Yeah, no.
You sure know the wages on the top line of page 71, that would be all the wages and benefits that comprise of
This
people doing all those activities on the second half of the page.
So when I go back, when I go back to page 69, what are these numbers representing then?
So those numbers would be a combination of, say, Peter's time, any time that isn't allocated to those specific activities on page 71. So if there's any payment to anybody in Public Works that are not doing that list of activities on page 71, they would go into what's on page 69.
Okay. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm getting. So to me, I guess it's nice to have them separated out, but those two numbers should be added together in terms of giving everybody a proper representation of how much money we're spending on wages here, right? Because it's,
So you can see it on page 69, the personnel that,
Yeah.
421.
no, I know, but what I'm saying is then you got another 250,000 over here.
That's
Those
what we
numbers
have.
should be added together in terms of showing me a number of what we're really paying here, instead of it kind of getting convoluted into two piles, and it doesn't look as bad when it's in two piles as when it's in one. So,
Jerry, you had it?
Well, I still like, that's what makes it hard to not extrapolate out the snow difficulty, because if it's the wages are wages, that's what they make regardless of whether it snows or whether we have to cut grass or pave roads. This is what they make per year, right? That's wage, that's what my definition of wages is. So if you get to overtime and have a good year and a bad year in winter, then you can do some leveling out and say we can't cut it because we could spend it next year. But we don't get that opportunity if it's in wages. I can't compute the numbers. I'm sorry.
So page 69 on the expense category, when we see personnel in the 421 or the 25 is budgeted 425, that's wages blanket, that's the wages for the department, right?
Chair, so the deputy mayor is correct. I mean, to get a full view of Public Works, you have to add the administration and the operations, absolutely. So the operations side that we see on page 71, I know that a breakdown of all those activities is pretty important, because I think people want to know where are we at with snow plowing, gravel resurfacing. What did we do? Like, did we do as much as we thought? Did we not? So that's, I guess, the genesis of why it was split out that way. So what's on 69, that is what can't be allocated or hasn't been allocated to those. You're out on the road, you're doing those things on page 71. It's the admin people, and it's any other hours that weren't allocated through payroll to those specific activities. So perhaps in the future, we could get to a point where even more wages are allocated. And I think that's a good goal towards specific activities, but it's a combination of the admin Public Works on page 69 and the operations for Public Works on page 71. It's those two things together. Yeah.
Well, that's our total labor cost or wage cost then.
Yeah. But those, sorry, through you, Chair. Yes, so if somebody wanted to say, okay, Public Works as a whole for personnel costs, it would be the amount on page 69 and also the amount on page 70.
Yeah, so we're over on 69 and under on 71.
We're adding those two wages
Yeah,
together.
Yeah, they're two separate sections.
So on page 69, the increase is probably between cost of living and things like that. Is that?
Through Chair, and I don't want to speak for Peter here, but it could be a situation where maybe more items, more hours could have been allocated to all those activities on page 71. Like maybe some hours from guys could have been allocated in payroll to shoulder maintenance, and maybe it just didn't get allocated in the actual payroll, which would be why maybe the projected actual is higher. And projected actuals on the actual activities was lower on page 70.
Sure. And through you, Mayor Martin, to add to that, as an example of what Lionel's trying to explain, that is doing a great job. If there's two guys in one truck going to pull a beaver dam and it takes them 3 hours, say, as an example, up and back, there's only one person allocating time to that truck. Both of them aren't allocating time to that truck because there's only one truck going to do one job.
Well, how does that work?
Yeah, so that's might be why there should have been more time allocated to 71. If that kind of makes sense, because two people can't allocate the same time to the same truck on the same day. So only one person's allocating time to one piece of equipment.
Okay. And if it's a big job where one person cannot do it and you've got your truck full of all the workers, you're saying only one person is allocated to get paid for that?
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Martin. So here's a better example. So if we're working on a road construction job and there's 4 guys going to that one job, they're flagging, 2 guys are flagging.
Yeah.
1 guy's running an on-site packer, and the other guy's just in doing labor work. But there's only 1 out of them 4 people allocating time to that truck to get on the job.
So how did the other 3 get paid?
They don't allocate the time, so it works as whoever was driving the truck allocates the time to the vehicle.
What about the other 3 people in the vehicle?
They
They don't
don't,
get paid?
no, they don't allocate the time on their,
Oh,
on their
to
sheet. Yeah,
do that.
yes, yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Oh, they still get paid the hourly wage?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, yeah, that needs to be kind of fixed up. I didn't understand that myself.
Okay, Councillor Doherty.
So I've done 677,320 was the total wage cost for roads department. And you're putting in for $46,700 more this year. I just want to know whether I'm reading this whole scenario right, so I can do it over my Christmas holiday.
For you, Mayor Martin, could you explain a little bit more?
Well, it's essentially
Authority,
the 669, which is the projected actual, which is 437. And then you've got the projected actual for the wages and the roads is 239, right? So you add the 2 of them together, and that should be the wages for the department.
Okay, so through you.
Is that right?
That was the projected actual estimated. We're proposing for 302 on 71 and 25 on 69. I don't know if Lionel can spread some help on that with the cost of living. But there's no more increase, there's no more staff. There's not any people added here, so I don't know what entails in that personnel account, but there's no more staff being added.
Through Chair, I think the issue here would be there was less money. And I think what I heard Peter saying earlier was about overtime, about there not being as much devoted to the snow incidents, the snow events. And the 2025 budget is assuming that year will have a quote normal year. And there will be more wages and benefits. And I think you can probably tie a lot of that to overtime or what's being spent on those events that may or may not happen. So it's kind of a bit of like throwing a dart. That's my gut, but I'm not speaking to Peter, but.
No, I think Lionel, excuse me, through you, Mayor Martin, Lionel explains a lot better than I can, but I mean, it's all like, I'm not switching gears, but it's like our roadside mowing this year. That's why the slight increase had to come there because we had so much rain. I had to get them, the contractors come back and go again. So it's, if we don't get any snow again this year, we could be sitting in the same spot next year at this time. So,
but our wage number will not change regardless of how much snow we get. Our overtime will change.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, that's correct. Yeah, it's the overtime that does change or will change. Yes,
or could change.
Or could change, yes.
And I think, I hope I get it. I understand if we have more snow, we have to spend more hours. Some years we have more than, I get that. What I'm trying to do is what is our basic wage cost for the department? And then we can deal with overtime as a separate item. Maybe it's a next year thing, Lionel, I don't know. Because I'm trying to figure out what the salaries are, so what the increase is when we actually get to the operating budget. So.
Future, if Councillor Doherty and Council so chose, in the next budget documents, I I see no reason why we couldn't I couldn't add a line to this that separates out overtime for public works if that would help people, like I'm happy to do that.
If you have a wage cost and we get an X increase per year for cost of living, okay, it's easy to do multiplication. Okay. And the overtime doesn't factor into that, right?
Future for that base wages, if we have the same number of people, same number of hours, absolutely you're right.
So how do we figure that out based on these two numbers?
Future, I have a really large spreadsheet in front of me right now that shows everybody that is employed by HBM and all the hours assumed, their hourly rate, all the benefit costs by person. So that's the genesis of all of this.
Mhm.
So there's going to be changes in the overtime assumed, maybe up or down. Hard to say. In Peter's case, it looks like essentially the assumptions for 2024 on this master hourly wages and benefits sheet have essentially stayed the same. Whereas during the year, I'm going to assume maybe not the same number of hours assumed in this spreadsheet occurred. So that's why the actuals were lower. But this sheet here kind of goes down to the smallest level of detail you can get in terms of the buildup of the hours. It includes an specific amount for overtime.
Thanks, Lynn.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry, just for trying to figure stuff. Well, on 71 there at the top. So last year we budgeted 931 and then our actual was 741. That 190,000, well, where does that go get put back into the reserve or like, and which reserve, which?
So you share that would go into the public works reserve, which would in most cases go towards road development.
So that'd be roads township, roads village, or roads equipment?
That would be roads township. And potentially it could go into roads equipment, but most of the time it would go into roads township.
Okay, so roads township, we've got a 285. That's one that, okay, so that all gets rolled back into that. I'm just wondering in terms of when I saw that one thing on there was contingency.
Yeah.
We didn't use the contingency last year, so my only thing, and I don't want to cut it off because we're going to need this money going forward, but if we don't use it in 2024, is there not a way we can just kind of ride that over? You know what I mean? Instead of double, I think to me, what I see is we're double charged, like we didn't use it last year, now we're going to charge the public another 25 grand this year for it.
Future, so the operating contingency at one point, I think when I started working, it was 100,000. So I think it makes sense to not have that much, especially for years like this where we don't spend the budget. So I could see getting rid of the operating contingency, quite honestly, and you know, if snow events occur and Peter goes over, we just go to reserves at that point. So this is the only spot in the budget that I am aware of that has this one line just in case line.
Okay.
So if council so chose, we could get rid of that. And that would be fine. But with the operating budget, it's different from the capital because you can't roll things over. Every expense, every revenue gets zeroed out at the end of the year. It's just an accounting sort of convention. Whereas in capital, it stays from year to year. So yeah, I could see, listen, if we know that Peter has a massive snow event and he's not going to be looking at his budget and saying, oh my God, I can't send the plows out. If we know there's an understanding that we could dip into reserves to deal with that, then potentially there's really no reason to have that operating contingency line.
And then I get in terms of that, like how do we decipher between whether it goes into township roads or village roads? Does it have to be a village specific thing to go?
Yeah, through you, Chair, the village roads amount that goes into that reserve comes from the village tax rate. So that's where the inflows go for that one. So for
That 96,000, that's all straight tax?
the 96,000.
Yeah, I thought it says budgeted contribution to roads.
I'm sorry, can What page are we on here?
Sorry, I'm in the reserves now, 94.
Okay.
I'm just checking on it.
Okay. So the 96 that you see under roads and village, that comes from the village tax rate, yes.
Okay, so that's borne by the taxpayer. The 285 above, that's a combination of what's missing from this one night, it's a combination of this 190 and then another.
The 285 that you see above that would be the budgeted contribution to the roads township in the operating budget.
Yeah.
So the amount that comes from the surplus, that's already included in the column to the left.
Yep.
So every year, that's a bit of you don't know whether it's going to be a deficit or a surplus, so there's no column for that, but it's included already.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I consider the 25,000 similar to the grant program. We've got 25 reserve. We didn't spend anything, so it just shifts over. We're not, because it sure left with the impression that we're going to be double taxing here.
Yeah, I don't like
Yeah.
the optics of it, but at the
Right.
same time,
Yeah.
our reserves are, what I mean, like, you gotta keep the number up that's going to those reserves, so anything we cut like that is gonna.
Are we done? Yeah. I have a question on dust layering. We budgeted 91, we spent 70.
Through you, Mayor Martin, to answer Doherty. So the cost of the calcium and the trucking has gone through the roof, shall we say, in the last 2 years. So what we've done to stay within the budget, the best way I can explain it, if we kept doing the same procedure that we have in the past, and it all depends on width. So normally if we were gonna spread calcium down a road, we'd spread 2/8. So a truck goes down the one side of the road, turn around and come back the other side. So what we've done this year to keep that budget under, we've gone with 1 12-foot on some of the lower volume roads to save the cost to keep it under budget. So it's yeah, we've done well to do that. If we were still proceeding with the 2 8-foots down every road, we'd be well over the budget of 90. I think it's at in there now. So 91,500. Yes. So.
Just one question, Peter. So you're dusting, because you're going with the wider. Are you projected to only actually spend about 70,000, not the 91? Like why did you put it up 30,000 if you're saving us some money?
Yeah, so
Wider spread.
yeah, so through you, Mayor Martin, a load of calcium is yeah, so one load we'd be almost to our budget. So if we went with one extra load, or we needed one extra load in the summer, if a road got really dry, so it's a bit of a catch to have a little extra. Like if we had to go and regrade a road that got really rough, one load is around $11,000 or $12,000 per load of calcium. So it's very dear calcium. So basically, we were within one load of being close to our budget.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So going forward, then you're projecting a dry summer. So that's why the extra in the budget for the dust.
Yes, we're keeping the budget the same. We're not increasing it. It's the same as 2024 was 91,500, and yeah, we're at the same with 2025. So yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That's the operating side of the so 10. Sorry. You tell me what page is next. 122.
Yep, through you, Mayor Martin, the roads capital. We go to road capital on page 125. It's our first capital forum, that they're listed all in the first 3 pages, 122 to 124. We can go through the capital forms as Lionel explained in the opening. This first one is the gravel haul. This is a year after year capital item just to maintain our roads. I don't know if I need to explain any more on that, if anyone has any questions.
That's it. You have a process doing south roads, north roads, whatever. You have a system that you do every year. Okay.
Do you remember if we go to page 126? This is the 8th line surface treatment reconstruction. So if we remember, we were on the bus tour back in the summer. We took a trip down the 8th line, which everyone realized how rough it was. So yeah, this is from Old Norwood Road south, 0.8 kilometers will receive a single overlay surface treatment. The next 1.1 kilometers south has failed and it will receive a full reconstruction with a double layer of surface treatment. So the full reconstruction, pulverizing, geotextile cloth to support the road base, grading, compaction, surface treatment of gravel, and the estimated cost is that's $282,500, including the non-recoverable HST.
Questions on that? Right.
Page 127. Union Road reconstruction. So, and commitments made, the council approved 200,000 in 2023 budget to start with the reconstruction consulting of Union Road. Effects, obviously, the road has failed, obviously, as well. So it's long-term effects are reduction in staff and maintenance. The 2020 road needs study that Union Road was stated to be 1 to 5 years in the 2020 roads needs study. So we are currently just an update that's coming, but we are that's 2025 would be our next road needs study. So in consultant with Jewel Engineering, and again that's similar to the 8th line. The major component there is that large 8-foot culvert that needs to be replaced. That's how come the price has gone up fair substantial bits. So it was based on approximately 2,000 meters in length, 6.5 meters wide asphalt with a 0.5 meter shoulder for an estimated cost of $1,435,665. No questions. Well, here, so on page 128, Brown's Line surface treatment, it ties right into the 8th line reconstruction. Brown's Line west of the intersection of the 8th line, 0.6 kilometers, has failed and will receive a full reconstruction, double layer surface treatment with remaining of Brown's Line, the 1 kilometer Brown's Line will receive a single layer surface treatment. So it's same as the previous road reconstructions, pulverizing, geotext cloth where necessary, grading, compaction, surface treatment, and gravel. And the estimated cost is $161,025.
How long, we just did that a few years ago, didn't we? With some kind of treatment?
Through you, Mayor Martin, I don't have the number when we did that, but it was, I want to say it was 2013.
No, that long ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just off the top of my head. It was one of the first, in the first 2 or 3 years I was here, I believe
That
what was done.
Well, when did we do the ditching then over there and stuff? Was that in the last?
Yep, that was in, through you, Mayor Martin, that was in the same year. We did the 8th line and Brown's line together, and we did and then we.
That's what it's the 8th line got done with Brown's line.
It was 11 years ago. They were over there a couple of years ago.
So through you, Mayor Martin, there was a section of 1 kilometer in the swamp before Brown's line that we had to rebuild because it completely failed from the 2013.
And did we use some cloth there and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm remembering. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other?
Through you, Mayor Martin, the Van Sickle Road on page 129. 2021, a little background, 2021 Marmor Lake, Havelock-Belmont-Methuen municipalities entered into a 5-year agreement for the operating and capital repair of Van Sickle Road. Capital cost for Van Sickle Road is to be split evenly between both municipalities. And again, we're referring to the 2020 roads needs study, states that the rehabilitation is 1 to 5 years. Consulting with the manager of transportation from Marmor Lake in 2023. The major concepts, again, we're pretty much on the same page: pulverizing, grading, gravel, culverts, compaction, and that asphalt is the new ultra thin asphalt for the HL2, however we want to look at it, the same as Round Lake Road. That was just discussed between staff from Havelock and Marmor Lake, being the higher volume of road. So that's asphalt. Doesn't have to be, but that's what we're proposing. The 7 kilometers in length, so it is quite a stretch from Cordova right to I think it's fire 57 just past the lake. 6.5 meters wide, 0.5 meters of a shoulder width. And the estimated cost, just over 1.5 million. Estimated cost sharing in the project would be $785,915. Split half. HBM capital for 2024, the budget allowed last year was approved for 100,000. Capital cost sharing, as the intent was, Marmor Lake and Havelock staff were going to start doing some work internally with township equipment and staff. As the reason why we asked for 100,000 this year. We are proposing another 100,000 to do some preliminary work if the townships can jointly get the schedules together.
That road's, I get the most complaints of any road. That's the road that I get so many calls on.
And then we'll go through page 130. This is Alexander Street and Union Street. It's a storm sewer catch basin upgrade. So I'll jump down to the project detail. So upgrading the existing temporary storm sewer connection from the newly reconstructed Union Street to tie into the existing Alexander Storm Street sewer. The preliminary cost is $33,120. Yeah, this is, I believe everyone knows the location. So traffic control, pedestrian control is the reason why we're making note of that. Again, road base, we need to install a new catch basin, storm sewer connections, and we'll be into the sidewalk and the curb gutter restoration, as well as asphalt to replace and make the proper connection for the once temporary.
Plywood's just not cutting it.
Yes. So through you, Mayor Martin, it's no, it's not. It's failed, and there's been sinkholes there, so it definitely does need some attention.
Yeah.
Page 131. This is a description of this final pass motor grader mounted packer roller. So this I'll just read some of it here. The constant pressure hydraulic kits allows the operator to determine how much, if any, additional compaction weight is needed and produces constant even compaction across the road surface. So this is an attachment that goes on behind the grader and actually is in control of the operator to pack the gravel instead of having a separate machine and a drum roller to follow the grader and pack. So it's estimated cost is $39,500, including non-recoverable HST. So it is a large attachment, but it would serve our township well in keeping our roads compacted once graded, and especially in preparation for calcium dust control. So,
What year is that grader, Peter? Like you said?
Three-year March 2015.
Well, I'm surprised we didn't get it when we got the unit. It would have been a real, okay. Go ahead.
Question to you, Mayor. It's gonna make it better. Does this mean we won't have to grade the roads as often?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. So it definitely does cut down on maintenance. It will go by a road volume count, I guess, too, Councillor Doherty. But yes, that is, and it'll hold the gravel in place. That's the idea of compaction. So you get a smooth, hard road surface after instead of loose gravel. So everything's packed in tight, and and hopefully we'll save some of the heavy rain washouts as well. So.
Follow up, is there any way of doing value for cash here? In other words, if we're gonna cut down one road grading per year, what's a road grading cost? And is it like trying to it's the equipment's one thing. Once we get the equipment, now you go over to asset management, you're gonna have to replace it. And it's gonna cost more fuel to run it. So what are the dollar benefits to us that we can attach to this?
Through you, Mayor Martin, is that something that I might be able to bring back with have some better figures for?
Yeah, just
Would that be
for heads
okay?
up for me anyway. Thank you.
Yep. Okay.
So 2025, page 132, sorry. This is the traffic lights battery backup system. So I'll skip down to the bottom. We only have one set of traffic lights at the corner of the concession on Ottawa Street, the Tim Hortons corner. So the battery backup system is designed to provide reliable power to your traffic signal systems through thunderstorms, blown transformers, down power lines, and other interruptions to keep the traffic signals running for hours. The transfer from utility power to battery power will not interfere with normal operations of the traffic controller, conflict monitor, or any other devices with the traffic controller. So basically that means it's a smooth transition from hydro to battery. There's no interruptions, there's no delays, it's just off on. And everything is functioning exactly the same as it was before the power failure and before it went to the battery. So the estimated cost of this is $23,612.25.
Can that be included in a connecting link grant or something like that?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. When we apply, we can definitely put that into the grant for sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just computer through you, Mayor Martin. So the power goes out. This box is gonna keep the lights going. What happens when the power goes on? Does it shut itself off?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. It's an automatic transfer switch from one to the other.
Right, and how does it recharge?
It's in that same container, so it's batteries. It's a battery backup system. So there's a charger in that replenishes the batteries. So as soon as the power comes back on, those batteries are getting replenished. Yeah, recharged.
Yeah, just further to the mayor's point, I don't think that's our responsibility. I think as long as that's on that highway, whether it's you contact the MTO or whatever, and they can foot the bill for this, or like you said, maybe they can direct us to a grant, but that's a part of the connecting link, and that, you know, it is our township, but I mean, I think they're responsible for the on that road, so.
maybe we should contact them and make them aware of the fact that there's no backup system for those lights and it's not our responsibility.
So the future meeting, we can bring a motion back to that effect then. Okay, carry on.
So yes, page 133 is the roads need study. Just a quick review, it's every 5 years by a professional engineer. Reviews the township's existing road network, assesses its physical condition as well as confirm various road attributes and inventory, and review signage throughout the township. Data collected as a result of the field review is used to develop a prioritized listing of the road network needs. 2025, the estimated cost of the roads needs study is $31,640.
Do you remember, one question here, how long does the study take to complete, so we have that information?
So through you, Mayor Martin, basically that's on the contractors. So, I mean, we were supposed to have it in 2025.
So does it take 6 months or 8 months or a year or weeks?
Through you, Mayor Martin, it's depending on the contractor schedule, I guess, Councillor Clement. So if budget is approved and we say go, I would say roughly like 3 or 4 months it should be completed, but I can't speak on behalf of the contractors.
So would we make that a part of the tender if we're putting it out and we want it by September?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that price
So
will
we-
reflect on that.
Yes, through you, yes, that's correct.
Councilor Doherty?
Do you remember, this is done every 5 years, right? Legislated by the government.
Through you, Mayor Martin, no, I don't believe this is legislated by the government. This is a good practice that all townships use as a tool to maintain or overview of their roads. The Olson report is legislative. It's 2 years. Every 2 years, it's legislative. It's our next topic here to speak to capital, but
Well, if we're going to do it every 5 years, we haven't put 1/5 away every year, like $5,000-6,000 in a budget towards the cost every 5 years. So we just wait until this comes up and then we do it. Is that what we've been doing, or is this too new to rate?
I know through you, Mayor Martin, no, I believe that's what we have done in the past. Every 5 years, it's I can look in the sheet to see where it's being funded from, but well, it's kind of quicker than myself, but.
Through you, Chair, it's funded from the roads reserve. There hasn't been a continuous sort of capital project, so to speak. You're correct in saying that every 5 years it is a capital project that is funded that year from the roads reserve in total.
All right, thanks.
So that's something to look at too, if we move forward. But not going away, so.
Through you, Mayor Martin, so page 134, the Olson Bridge Preventive Maintenance Program. Again, this is legislative, every 2 years, so its cost is, I don't know if you need to, anyways, it's bridge and culverts, anything that spans over 3 meters is considered would be in this report. So even a culvert, just for an example, over 10 feet have to be in this Olson report. So anyway, it's cost is coming in at $6,780 for this estimate for this year.
That's just HPM culverts and bridges.
That's correct, yes.
County has to do that themselves probably.
Yes, that's correct.
This question, in terms of the roads needs study, I was under the impression that it was legislated too.
Yeah.
How much of a problem would it be to going to, because I think the county is 10-year, don't we?
They do a 10-year plan, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So why couldn't we do the same here? Is that something we could look at doing? I know there's obviously going to be, but I'm just saying if it's going to be 30 now, it'll be 50 before too long. Nobody's got a better knowledge of the inventory of the roads than you or say our staff, right? So I mean, I understand bringing a consultant in and maybe that's what it comes to, but
every 5 years, right? Seems because to the point now, to Kathy's point, we're going out for now, we might not get it back for a year. Really, it's only good for 3 years, right? Before we're going out for another one. So
Maybe you could bring that number back as what the difference between a 5 and a 10. It might not be that much.
I don't know.
Be good to know and help make a decision.
Well, because I think we're getting, like I said, at best we're getting 4 years out of the 5 we're paying for now, right? So.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, I'll reach out and see if we can,
Thank you, Peter.
get some numbers for a 10-year. Yeah.
Sorry, through your memory. The other thing, Pete, you might want to look at is, you look at the last one, see how long it took them to do it,
Yeah,
just for information purposes.
sorry, through you, Mayor Martin, it was quite a length of time.
Okay, thanks.
I don't understand if this is not legislated. We're hiring somebody to do it and they're going to tell us that we'll just have to wait until they get around to it. Is there only one firm that does it? And I don't know, I have to get my arms around these things. We hire somebody and they dictate the terms, when we're getting it and how much we're paying. When do we kick in there to, going back to Kathy's, like, you got 2 months, let's get it in there. Company. I mean, I have trouble with this. We tender, we get a quote, and then everything seems to switch over to the person or the company that gets it. I mean, it's our money.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin. Yeah, and I think Mayor Martin did have a good point. If when it does go out, that we have it stated in the contract that to be completed by a certain date, so we can make full use of this.
But it also has to be, if they don't bring it in, is what cost reduction do we get for it not being done on time? These things are just getting out of, to my view, getting out of control. We give them the money, they provide the work, and they dictate the terms. Well, we'll do it next week, maybe a week after, maybe not till next year. I mean, like, who's driving the train here?
So just a tender will solve that problem.
Well, it only does if we follow up with the tender.
Well, it's
Because
in the tender. Usually there can be a fine. We can put whatever we want in the tender. So let's make sure we get
okay,
it
thanks,
done.
Peter.
Yeah. Through you, Mayor Martin. Peter, how many years have we been doing this road needs study?
Through you, Mayor Martin, I know there was a 2015 and there's one previous to that. I can't find any other roads need studies.
Okay, so we've done it twice. The company's already come down, so they know our roads already. I think it's a good thing to do. So, okay, anyway, I just wanted to know how many years we've been doing it.
Okay, yep. Through you, Mayor Martin, page 135, Public Works Building, located at 116 Session Street. This is something that a staff that might save some costs on energy if you're going to be there for a few years yet, I guess. Anyways, it's a spray foam insulation. Some of the ceiling is not in the best shape, but the spray foam on the insulation on both ends of the interior of the building is definitely needs to be replaced. It's at the end of its life, and I think it would definitely help the cost of the natural gas throughout the winter months. So I have a total estimated cost for the spray foam of $5,876.
Facility assessment, will that building be a part of the facility assessment? Like, to see what life's left in that building? Because I've heard different stories about it. So
Yeah, no, it can be included.
just to make sure that it's worth putting anything into that thing.
What do we use that building for?
Through Mayor Martin, currently right now it's Parks and Rec are sharing it with us a little bit there as well, but right now we have our a tandem dump truck, our single axle dump truck, and 2 3/4 ton trucks for winter maintenance, and as currently right.
Are there people working in the building?
Yes, year round.
Doing what?
They work out of
They
their
work out of there, the park there.
Doing what?
Yeah, who,
Driving.
what parks guys work here? What are,
Oh, so through you, Mayor Martin, all the parks, so I'll clarify better. So part of the public works staff, I don't like to separate, but the guys that look after the village, they station out of there, which is under Ryan, or the foreman of the public works.
Mhm.
And the rest of the guys, I'll say like the township, show up out to the 6-line shop. So there's people in both buildings. Reporting to both buildings and for snow removal. They're already in town, the equipment's in town, the sidewalk machine's in town. And this is where we used to share the back of the fire hall with Ray. We used to keep the single axle in there, and the sidewalk machine in there as well, so.
So the inside of this building then is basically being heated like this place would.
Excuse me, yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, like our 6-line shop is being heated to the.
Yeah, well, I understand that though, that's the
Yeah.
shop, like up there, I thought this was more of a.
Storage.
Exactly, and I didn't know we were heating, especially when I hear that we're just parking trucks and stuff in there, I got a real problem with. Even running heat, like I don't know why we have guys working in that building if we don't need them there. You know, I just don't. Like, we got a building up there. I understand having the trucks down here, which makes sense, but that's really not that far away. And to me, we got guys spread out all over the place here and it's, I don't know. I'll just leave it at that.
You, Mayor Martin. Peter, where do you get your sand from? Like, is there a dump load of sand up there at Midtown or?
So, through you, Mayor Martin, no, it comes from the 6-line, the sand shed, which is right across from the 6-line transfer station. All our sand and salt is stored in.
Okay. Does it not make more sense to have your base down on the 6-line? Instead of Midtown Auto?
Yep, through you, Mayor Martin, definitely correct. Those bays are all full. So this
Okay.
way that they can be
Yeah.
inside and, you know, yeah.
All right.
Travis had something to help you there, I think, or
Sorry,
question?
jump in through you, Mr. Mayor. If there's spray foam, if that's just the cost of spray foam, there will be some additional stuff for protection of foam plastics as well.
Go ahead, Jerry.
I don't have any problem with the building and parking the trucks in there. I think it's good to have the equipment inside. But I think the word that got me is we're working out of there. Is the definition of working up there is backing the trucks in and leaving? Or are they completing repairs? Is there a welder there? Their tools are there? Well, working there, is that just a Freudian slip, if you may?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, yes, correct. The heat is on to keep the vehicles thawed out. But other than that, all the repairs, everything that we're doing is down at our 6-line, our main shop. Small repairs like a light or something like that might get fixed up at Midtown. But other than that, all of the repairs are getting done down at the 6-line shop. That's where all our tools, air compressor, welder, all that stuff is at the 6-line shop.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay, that sounds great. So is it necessary to have heat on in there? Because I don't think you really need to heat your vehicle in the
Those-
winter time. I think in the dome, it would, it's like in a garage.
I think some of that equipment, if it's not, and it freezes up, you're in trouble.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, like
Stuff if it's inside though, Jim.
if the main chain is.
It's not like, you don't keep it at 70 or anything.
No, it's 55, 60, somewhere's in that neighborhood, just so it can thaw out, because if the main chain freezes, an example, and this is what happens. On the truck, you can't sand anything. That's, you know, the chain's frozen, that's it, right? And the ice build up and everything on the trucks after they've been out plowing. So it's definitely nice to have them thaw.
Okay,
You know, and then it's.
now how did that work though before that building? Did you put them in the building down on the 6-line to warm them up?
No, so through you, Mayor Martin, we used to keep them in at Ray's, the back of the fire hall. We used to borrow the back of the fire hall to keep those.
Is that a closed in area or is it just at the back of the fire hall?
No, it was inside. And
It was inside, okay. Okay. Gotcha.
Through you, Mayor Martin, page 136. Just briefly, there's a couple small things, and this is, again, like I proposed, so purchase a new small utility trailer for the portable electronic speed sign, replacement of the concrete asphalt saw, install a compressor at the 116 building we were just speaking to, and the new plate packer vibrator. So, and the total cost, estimated cost for those items is 11,500.
Sure you remember. What's a new plate vibrator packer?
So it's a tamper, it's for,
Handheld?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, got it, thanks.
If there's no other questions on page 137, there is a bit of a correction to be made on this one, but I'll just read the project detail. 2 parking spots in front of the old town hall, which are close to the stop sign at Oak Street. This would entail excavating areas and the construction of a sidewalk where the parking spaces currently are. 2 spaces would be added to just west of the front of the town hall. So better explained maybe would be from the stop sign or Oak Street, the black asphalt parking stalls in front of the town hall property. So it would be from
Ramp to
yeah, it would include the ramp. It would go right to the next door neighbor's property. So the property line to property line facing Matheson Street in front of the old town hall for a sidewalk for access in and out of the town hall. And the correction there, the total estimate cost was 9,944. So we had a mishap there on cost. So the actual cost would be 9,944.
You'll be going forward from that, which is great, what you're doing up there. So where's the wheelchair parking spot gonna be?
So through you, Mayor Martin, it would be. I'm gonna suggest it would be right in front of the handicap, like right where they would get out. And we have it right in front of the wheelchair accessible ramp.
Are they not the 2 spots you're getting rid of?
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, yeah, so the sidewalk will be ended there. And then, yeah, so your pavement still goes further, so we'll have a parking spot for the handicap parking spot.
Right by the ramp?
Yes, we'll make sure we have a handicap parking spot. Yeah, yes, very good question.
Yeah.
Through your memory, we're just gonna have 1 disabled parking spot?
Yep.
That's all we need is 1? Yep. It's for people using, well, I'm just saying the older people using wheelchairs or walkers or whatever. The other thing is that these 2 spots were taken out. Like I realized people are running up to the stop sign. This is right in front of the doors, right?
It's a parking spot, Kathy.
I know, that's what I'm
Both
saying.
parking spots, so.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. We're getting rid of 2 of those, and I understand that. But is there any way you could just back it up and maybe make 2 disabled parking spots?
Sure, yeah, yes, through you, Mayor Martin, we definitely can. We have
The music
the frontage of that. I believe we measured it 60 feet, if I can remember from my head,
Right.
the frontage of that.
Like, I totally understand people, we've got to get it back away from the stop sign, because I've seen them parking against stop sign. But I'm just saying, if you could shorten that up a bit, so they can't park there, but you put two disabled parking spots, so people with wheelchairs, walkers, whatever. I can't see us.
Yeah, once you have it, so it's lines up kind of with where the ramp is.
Well, I know, but
So they
the
can
would be-
get off and they're obviously probably gonna go up the ramp too.
Right, yeah,
So,
but if you have back to back,
yeah,
2 just back to back, and close that other section off.
so we're looking at $10,000.
Okay.
Yep, so through you, Mayor Martin, that was it for the roads capital.
Okay. Sounds like you're gonna get lots of questions next week or after Christmas.
what do we ask them to bring back? What do we ask them to bring back?
I think the wages.
Yeah.
So the
I can't remember, but
tour is next, I guess.
Yep. Through you, Mayor Martin, it starts on page 73. And if we turn to page 75 to the capital form 1. So I'm going to just a very high level. So basically sewer decreased. In the legal, but the repairs and maintenance increased, and it is a fairly substantial increase. And I'm gonna have Amber from Aqua speak to this when she comes to present in the next meeting. And it's all through government, through the new CLI inspection program, Consolidated Linear Infrastructure. So, and they're guessing on, they're gonna have to come twice a year. So it was an educated guess by Aqua. This is brand new. We were assuming $7,000 to $8,000 per trip. So it's an educated guess, but she can definitely explain that much better than I can. So.
Questions on the operating side? Okay, the capital side, page 138.
Yep. I have that down as 138. I have a sewer capital.
Okay. That's what we're doing, sewer capital.
Oh, yes, I was too far ahead of myself, so, yeah. And again, through Mayor Martin, when Aqua does come, they will speak to their capital. But the bottom line, as you can see in 2025, estimated recommended proposed is $52,909 is proposed for 2025. And in the bottom class, I'm sorry if we went to 139, I should have stipulated on the spreadsheet of 139. On 2025 is the design and engineering phase 631,000, and that's the wastewater treatment plant. So that's still included, and that's still heating. Yep.
Sorry, not to get ahead, but I see next year we got a replacement pump coming for the pumping station. Is there, if we're on top of that and possibly start looking for grants for that now?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. Yeah, that's a fairly high ticket, $60,000. Yeah.
There should be lots of grants, not lots, but some grants out there for.
Yep. I can make a note and see if what's Aqua might be the one to ask for.
See, yeah, if there's any free money floating around.
Yeah.
Thank you, Peter.
Same thing as Aqua.
Yeah, so waste was next in the book, but we'll skip over we'll finish up with water and then we can go to waste. Does that sound right?
Yep. The water is page 84.
Yeah, water service on page 84. And again, if we go to the capital form on page 86. So the basic changes here, hydro decreased by $4,456. Legal decreased by $2,000. The budget for equipment equipment repairs and maintenance is the largest increase there of $9,000. And so basically, on the long and short of it, again, it's kind of like snow. We had a lot more water leaks this year than normal. So our normal budget is $38,000 for equipment repairs and maintenance. The largest one we had, as an example, is Ottawa Street. It's getting to be the oldest infrastructure we have on Ottawa Street, and the infield affects the asphalt thicknesses. We won't get into all that, but then there's thicknesses and step downs and how you pave. So the paving alone for the one repair was just over $20,000. So if we get into more water repairs on Highway 7, that's the cost is the increase there. So it's we can't really unfortunately, it's Highway 7 and I mean, MTO is notified and there's quite a bit to it for traffic control and. But again, the pavement, the repair is no different. It's just repairing the line, but it's the actual cost of Highway 7 and the pavement and the different layers and the steps and
Connecting like we're getting due to do another delegation or something with it because we do it every few years and it is one of those things that we're stuck with. And I think there must have been some money came with it years ago when they accepted it. And now we're stuck with it. And I know we get a few connecting like grants and things like that, but the cost of everything that goes with Highway 7 is just crazy. But we're getting due, I think, to do another either a delegation or invite them in.
So if there was no questions, we'll go to the capital for water and again, the Aqua, Amber and Aqua group will speak to any details. So I flipped to 140 and then 141 is a spreadsheet. So 2025, they have estimated $213,600 for their capital for 2025, and the large portion of that capital is the new water source to replace well 3. So that is an ongoing, and they were trying to get something in place for the first as soon as snow was gone, as soon as the ice is over, and they're trying to have something lined up for that to proceed with the contractors. So the last one here is waste. So it starts on page 76. I'll get back to my form 1 on page 83. It lists everything that has been changed in the waste operating. So I'll just go through it quickly. So the waste budget operating for Posh Lake Agreements, which is our contractor that picks the bins up from 7,000 down to 5,000. Some of the pension contributions, staff are still reviewing that from previous talks, so there may be a deduction there as well. A new line added for the transfer station summer student. Curbside collection has increased to $3,112.24. Waste site bin collection has increased slightly depending on which transfer station and increased between 784 and 856. So Jack's Lake is a little bit more than the 6th line, so but that's the variation of the increase between just around the $8 mark. And the consulting for the 3 waste sites. So Oak Lake increased from 17,280 to 18,400. West Kosh decreased from 11,910 to 4,800. Belmont 6th line increased from 4,450 to $12,200.
Before we get off of the 6 lines, the bag tag. We expected 30, we got 23, we're still expecting 30. What is the 20 if the bag tags up when we have the weigh scales now? Is there any correlation between the two or?
Through Mayor Martin, I think I was speaking with Bob. We're going to be bringing a bylaw here. And I think that might be a good part to have in it, as will be some increases in prices for the scale and possibly the bag tags as well as we review. But I think we are going to incorporate that all in a bylaw. So
Thanks.
All right, not to get into specifics here. How do we come up with the number for those? So like in terms of bag tags, have we used like numbers from a year past or? Just moving forward, like what I'm thinking is unless we know there's some huge anomaly from the year before, we should just be using the actuals. And that way we're not, because right now we're budgeting, assuming we have an extra 7,000 and another 17,000 there. Just take the real number, and if we get over it, then to me, that's a bonus. But I'm not worried about chasing it. So Lionel, I don't know what you're the numbers guy.
The chair, we tend to go, I think, with what the managers feel can be achieved. I mean, in theory, you're right. I mean, if the actuals are a lower amount, it would be conservative to keep it at the lower amount. In this case, I think Peter must have felt that it was achievable.
No, they're not far. I don't mean like that, Peter, so I apologize if it came across as not bad. I'm just saying in terms of us going forward, it'll be that much extra we'll have at the end of the year than we don't have, right? So make us feel better.
Because we do see that in the budgets, the revenues never seem to reach the level of objectives. The expenses seem to do well on that side. They seem to go up where they could be a little higher. So I'm with Deputy Mayor is keep them what's attainable as opposed to what we would like to have. It's the same thing with the scales. I mean, we should be getting, it's a year now, isn't it? Like we should have a pretty good idea of what's happening on that. So just a thought.
Yes, through you, Mayor, I can maybe help shed some light on that. So we had some help setting the price and consultant and the bag tags and the weight per scale. So it's estimated on 28 pounds, 2 bags for curbside pickup. So if you're going across a scale, it's minimum of $4. So anything over that $4, or if you have more than 2 bags, then you're paying by the weight. So it's so that's the comparison, and that's how they basically figured it out, because it's common that each bag weighs is the maximum you can put in it. So that's how they set the price for comparable.
$4 a garbage bag? Did I hear that correctly?
No, through you, Mayor Martin, no, it's $2, but the minimum going across the scale is $4. So if you have 2 bags, it's $4, same as if you have it.
If you have 1 bag, it's $4.
You wouldn't go across the scale.
No,
Why wouldn't you?
Unless you got money to throw away.
I know, but does not everybody go over the scales? So I can go with a bag and say, no, I'm gonna take in my car and just go up and dump it? Like, is that what's going on?
so through you, Mayor Martin, this is gonna come back to, I believe, when we want to put everybody across a scale. So right now it's set up that if you have 2 bags or more, you're to the scale automatically. We did, if you have the 1 bag, you can go to the right-hand side, the original path into the transfer station and do your recycling. So if you only have 1 bag, you can still use your 1 tag, 1 bag, and do your recycling and then go back out the gate. So
Are people putting tags on that 1 bag? Is there somebody out there to see if they are?
yes, through you, Mayor Martin, yes, there's staff there monitoring that.
Good.
All right then.
Thanks, Peter.
Sorry, can you give us the stats monthly of how many cars go, the car count? If everybody has a bag tag for the car count, I have trouble coming up with some of these numbers, or maybe they're a little larger or smaller. So is there there's no relation to that, I guess?
Through you, Mayor Martin, some people just come there for recycling.
Okay.
Some people just go there for mullocks, like green waste. Some go just,
Okay.
they have the TV, they go to the restaurant. So it can't really compare like that.
Thanks.
Right. Is that everything for you then, Peter? Right then, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Peter.
Well, Travis, what are you here for planning? Seen you sitting there and I seen the planning there. So planning,
I guess you could be excused.
page 66.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, again, not a lot of change in planning, the budget's fairly similar. This year we had a change in our staff from a junior planner to planner. Page 62. So there's a slight change in wages there, but that'll also, the current planner that we have now will also help reduce some of the planning consulting fees as well. The unknown we have in planning, we've had it over the last couple of years, is when our official plan is going to be approved, so we can move forward with the complete overhaul of our comprehensive zoning bylaw. And at that point, we'll incur some costs for planning consulting as well.
Okay.
Through you, Mayor Martin, so that's the professional services and contracts? You expect that as an increase?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's two items there, and that's, so that's our consulting, planning consultant, FOTEN, and our legal as well. It did bump the legal up a little bit, but at the time of writing this, we were kind of between what we were gonna get for a planner and what we weren't, so I can probably reduce some of that and bring it back.
I had.
Okay. So any other questions for Travis?
Actually, I appreciate it.
Sorry for keeping you for that, Travis.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. All right, so want to follow the script or do you want to, we got Josh here. We can go through. The other ones are pretty basic. Yeah, so it's Josh, you want to come on up and
Take your feet.
No, 90%.
afternoon, everybody. So I guess we'll start off with the facilities. You're doing the facilities too?
Yes, sir.
Page 38. So facilities 38.
Something we would like to point out is we're $863 cheaper for the operating budget. And if all goes for the capital, we'll be at 76.6 for 2027.
Lionel, is this wages? There's no wages in this page number 38, is there? Like for operating.
Sure, yeah, that includes their wages, so you would see that on page 39 for facilities.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So over on page 39. We have a transfer from reserves. There's 76.6, the difference of last year. The total would be $76,600. Transfer to facilities reserve would be $40,000.
Since last year.
So, to you, Mayor Martin, 2024, we transferred over 40,000, but the predicted actual turned out to be 41,566. Down onto the expense category, see a little bit of a difference in the personnel column. I do believe that is the extra cost of our admin coming on full time, and also a request for a third summer student might be in there also. Advertising and communications, we're able to shave $30 off that. It's not a lot, but throughout the 25 budget, we were able to take away what we could and we added what we had to. You'll see a difference in insurance also of $1,173.
Or just so there isn't a miscommunication for when we get back together, the new summer student is actually in Parks and Rec, just in case it comes up when we're going through that budget.
Havelock Library.
Just one question, Josh. Your water and sewer, it's a flat rate bill, correct? Is that what the parks is paying for?
Yes, I
Water and
do.
sewer,
Through your memory, and I do believe they're fixed rates.
right. So I'm guessing that it's the fixed rates are all going up.
Through your memory, Martin, we had just based that change of 24 actuals. We had a budget of 1540 for last year, and it come out to be 1480 this year.
Right, it's the same bill all every month, right?
That's right.
Okay, all right.
Down to building repairs and maintenance for the Havelock Library. We added $50 to make it a round number. I want to put it there also that these numbers can go up and down at council's request at any time. The Cordova Library. So there's a significant change in the building repairs and maintenance.
Just back in there, Josh.
The Havelock Library, our cleaning supplies, it seems to be kind of 19, 23, 67, 45. What, that's on page 40, sorry.
Yes, so page 40 for cleaning supplies. We had a budget of $6,700. We ended up using 1,900 off of a predicted actual. So we dropped that down to 2,300. So that is also, that's cleaning the upstairs and the downstairs.
Okay, thanks.
What repairs were done this year, or are you talking about the bench outside and that work that you did out? Is that the building repairs and maintenance?
Through your Mayor Martin, no, we're not talking about that. We did, for repairs, we had some concrete work, some parging on the ramp and on the side of the building completed this year.
Okay.
Corey, just further to Councillor Doherty's point, in terms of the cleaning supplies, so the 6,700, that was just really high, the number, you've adjusted it down to 2,300, so just based on what you've been using in the past, that's why we're at 23.
Through your Mayor Martin, that's correct. The 6,750 would have been based off of the 23 actual. I guess I didn't go through to fully answer your question, but we were able to base it off 24 at 19, so we were able to shave 44.50 off that for this year.
The Cordova one doesn't have any cleaning. That's fine. Go ahead anyways. Josh.
Are we on Cordova then?
I think he's gonna be.
Yeah, yes. So to speak to your point, Mayor Martin, we did add a cleaning budget to the Cordova Library. That was a part of our agreement. I'm not sure why it's didn't make the list. We'll address that.
Okay.
Heat, gas, and oil, based off of predicted actual, we were able to shave $100 off that. We kept the hydro the same. And for building repairs and maintenance, you'll see this $3,000 extra. So it is also not, it didn't make this change, but we are sharing, you can only have so many GLs. So we're sharing some of the building repairs and maintenance from Cordova with the Koch Library.
Okay.
Currently, there is no GL for the Koch Library for any building repairs that have to be performed.
Okay.
Moving over to page 41. Heat, gas, and oil for the municipal building. Notice the difference. We added $440. It's based off of 24 projected actual. The same for the hydro expense. keeping water and sewer the same. Building repairs and maintenance, we did add $30 to make it a round number. That can go up or down. And cleaning supplies, we're able to leave that the same as 24. Ready over to the stone hall. We left miscellaneous supplies at $1,000. We were able to shave a little bit off the heat, gas, and oil based off of 24 actual. We're able to shave $1,500 off that. We had to add $300 to the hydro. And we're recommending you keep building repairs and maintenance at the $7,000.
Right, you remember, you were just saying, but I think it's a capital. That place desperately needs new windows. That'll go into your capital. Okay, sorry.
You remember, Martin, that's correct. We have a window replacement for a capital submission.
Gotcha.
We're at heading towards the town hall at page 42. We kept miscellaneous supplies at 1625. We had to add a little bit of money to the heat, gas, and oil. We added $280. We were able to take $200 off the hydro bill based off of 24 projected actual. We're able to take $100 off the water and sewer based off the 24 projected actual. We're going to keep building repairs and maintenance the same. In 2024, we did spend $1,100 on building repairs and maintenance. We could have spent a lot more, but we were waiting for our studies to come in, which we had a rough draft sent to us late last week with the condition assessment, and we're waiting for the accessibility.
So, Josh, the 1625, that's for miscellaneous supplies then, not communications?
I'm sorry, yes, that's for communications. So that would be for the bell and the internet for the OPP and the town hall.
Okay.
Like bell, like phone? Okay, sorry.
Phone
Do you remember?
Yeah,
That's correct. There's a phone in the kitchen and we offer a Wi-Fi service.
And if we just, sorry, quickly, just go back to the stone. So like all the items here have a line for cleaning supplies, but we don't have one at the stone hall. That is,
You do.
Through you, Mayor Martin, Donna, that runs the stone hall. She
Thank
takes
you.
care of the cleaning supplies.
thank you.
You're welcome.
We reimburse for those cleaning supplies?
Through you, Mayor Martin, we do not reimburse to my knowledge.
Wow,
They
so
all-
she pays for the cleaning supplies for our building.
But they take it.
Through you, Mayor Martin, out of
Either.
the,
Oh,
I do believe they pay for that out of the rentals that they receive, that we do not.
okay, all right. Okay,
But just an add on there too, because they just replaced the fridge out of their own rental fees, right? That
Through you, Mayor Martin.
they look after the whole maintenance out of their fees.
that's awesome.
Who else rents it? So it just seems natural. If the fridge broke, they would repair it.
Yeah, but that's.
I
what
mean, I know they're an organization, but I mean,
There's a few, my boy was at a birthday party there last month, so but this is minor.
My concern is like with her paying for those supplies out of her own pocket, but as Kathy has said and stated that they do rent that hall out. I know they have singers or whatever activities. They're good cooks too. Never had to give them off to get there. That's good, Josh. Thanks.
Just to continue on with the stone hall, I do believe that we are gonna ask them for an annual report on what they rent and how things are going down there.
That'd be awesome.
We do not have an idea what happens.
Yeah.
Cleaning supplies for the town hall, so we were able to take $100 off that PO. Moving over to the OPP office, we were able to take $200 away based off 24 projected actuals. We left the equipment supplies the same. Finance all at page 43. Supplies, we were able to take off $3,800 from last year. Communications, we left the same. And for heat, gas, and oil, we were able to take off $1,375.
Who replaces those tiles down there that we wash quite frequently with some stuff in the Lions Hall? Ceiling tiles? That you that does that?
That's correct. So through you, Mayor Martin, that's correct. That's our staff that changes those.
And who buys them?
We purchase those.
Okay. They're in supplies then, not repairs and maintenance.
That would be for, that should be for,
It's okay if it's in, like it's in one or the other, it doesn't, but we're gonna have that hopefully we'll into that anyway, if we get a new roof.
that's correct. Yeah, so through you, Mayor Martin, that does appear to be through supplies.
Okay, that's good, thanks, Josh.
Okay. The operating.
Page 55. Oh, you want to?
Oh, yeah.
Facilities?
Well, we can finish facilities, the capital side of it, page 104.
So for facilities capital, we have the replacement of the clock inside. I would like to point out that we did add the tax to all of our capital submissions. So replacing that clock is at $15,000 with the tax. The municipal water softener system at $5,000. Moving over to the stone hall for window replacement at $50,000. That does include some exterior block work that would need to be completed. To the Lions Hall.
I just have one question, Josh. The clock tower, are you taking that whole face, the clock, everything out, and then a brand new one is going up in there? Is that my understanding of that? Or are they just fixing the inner parts?
Through you, Mayor Martin, that is correct. This is going to be an all new replacement.
They'll look the same outside, but it's just a replacement inside, right?
To you, Mayor Martin, it's a new face and everything, but
Okay.
they're going to stay with the classic look.
Okay,
So it'll look like, well, no, it won't look like the clock that's out there, but it'll look like the clock. How do I put that? Only,
Through you, Mayor Martin, it's going to be white with the classic number. It will look very similar, but new.
okay, but it is gonna be a different clock.
That's correct.
Okay.
it is amazing that clock, how much attention it gets.
I look at it all the time. It's always the
It's
same kind.
something, and we tried to get it repaired one other time and tried all over the place, and then Larry Dunford come in and he got it going again for a little bit, but he said it's seen its better days, so it's crazy. But
I thought about a sheet of plywood with just a clock on it. Put it
a
new.
nice digital one.
No, I'm dead serious.
Wow.
I like the clock we have, so it'll be close to the clock that we have, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Down to the Lions Hall, we have a $7,100 submission for a high pressure toilet. I would like to highlight that we've had 4 times this past year that we've had to phone in a contractor to auger or to use their snake on the line. It's not necessarily and we just had this last one on Friday when the school was over for their Christmas. Yeah, it was the sinks, so.
It happened at the Toonie auction
Yeah.
too.
Right.
So is there a problem with the piping?
Through Martin, the plumber didn't necessarily say there was a problem with the piping, but he did say that it needs more pressure to get it through, which is odd because it is on the higher level, but I asked him what would remedy that, and he had said if you were to put in a high pressure tank, that should fix that.
So Josh, this is a tank?
If you
Picture.
go down to the picture, you'll see that
A couple pages.
on page 109. You'll see that
Oh.
there's a high
Next one.
pressure.
Top.
Oh.
Get a whole motor in the back of your toilet. Inboard motor, outboard motor.
You can drive it away.
Yeah, just quick, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, quickly, this is, I discussed this with Josh, because this wasn't, when I first saw it, I'm like, no way.
One toilet?
But he explained to me, I guess, that we've had the contractor over there numerous times when we have events, so still not 100% behind it, but I mean, if it's gonna save us, contractor costs to come over and fix it, if not the headache of, having people over there that can't use a toilet, I'm a lot more open to it now than when I first saw it on the sheet, I'll say that much, so.
So is there a guarantee that that would fix our problem? I mean, there's no guarantee they could happen.
Through Martin, I didn't get a guarantee, but from my understanding, and I'm believing it might be that there's many things connected to the drain down, and it might just be an issue of not having enough force.
Okay.
Getting that down. I can definitely clarify that. Maybe I can get a report in greater detail for the next meeting. I'm moving over to page 105. This is a fairly substantial item for the front end of the arena. This would serve as the arena. The ice skating level, upstairs banquet hall, downstairs, and the new proposed addition. So that's a water softener system. It's a quite large one for 0.55. And last but not least, we have accessibility initiatives for 35,000.
Can that, and I know we maxed out the grant anyways that was there, but could that be just part of the build, like the addition, like the phase 1 of when we're using up, like, I know we're getting the roof and whatever. I'm not sure how much is left. I know it's pretty well done, but could that 25,000 have came out of that grant or no?
To your Martin, I don't believe so, but they are, when they do phase 1, they are including accessible washrooms.
Okay, just a question, maybe to look into it to see if there's.
Are you talking about softener or the?
Yeah, the softener.
Oh, the softener.
Yeah, like I mean,
Either,
put new
either of
equipment
them,
in.
right? Either of them. I think.
Yeah. Either of them, if there's any way of taking it out of the grant, it would be a bonus, but maybe it's probably, maybe everything's listed.
That's for you, Mayor Martin.
Josh, please explain to me why you need a water softener system at the arena.
Through you, Mayor Martin, so a water softener system, especially when we take on our new fitness center, our village water is so hard, as you might know. That would just take care of all of our fixtures and our plumbing. For upstairs, we do have some complaints about the hard waters. They have to buy different chemicals for the dishwasher. It is good to have, but
Not necessary.
not necessary.
Okay,
Wishes to take that in.
question 2, maybe this one's for you, Jim. The pump, the station that we are repairing, or no, we're getting rid of for the water, because it doesn't have. You know what? I'll bypass it and we'll talk later.
Well, 3.
Yeah, and it doesn't have the pressure. Is the well three the one that does, Josh? No?
No,
Well, three's the one that we weren't using because of pressure. I thought we were using it for discoloration, right? Yeah.
Okay, so no one in town gets that water.
Not at the moment.
unless you're privileged.
Oh,
You like colored water.
no, I don't like white water. Okay, thank you.
Just, maybe I should know on this, but the accessibility portion, we have something coming up for July 1st, 26th, I think we have to have all the buildings compliant. There's no grants for that, I gather, then, is there?
Accessibility grants.
Through Chair, we have not seen any grants specifically for that yet, but that could still happen.
But that's a provincial regulation that we're following. And we have to get a report that we pay for, and then we have to pay for the updates.
The report could be, I'm not sure, maybe Bob knows more about that, but I know it's definitely provincially mandated, absolutely.
Okay, so thank you.
I think it'll be like the AMP thing in that. To your point, you're right, we're getting close to that date, but once we get closer to that date, we'll realize that a lot of these municipalities don't have, all this work done. So to me, either there'll be more grant money coming or there'll be an extension to that date. So, because I can't see other municipalities getting the work done, the same way with the AMP system, so, but I could be wrong.
I can speak to some of that. Through you, Mayor Martin, we have asked our partners at Unity Design to shed some light on this AODA legislation. They do have a person on staff who specializes in this. And the latest information that we've been provided is that the legislation primarily pertains to new builds or new additions. The older buildings must be updated when changes are made. So we've been including some of this in our budgets. Right now, specifically at the arena, it's definitely included in the renovations that are taking place. There will be accessible washrooms, as Josh had indicated earlier. So we're proceeding on that basis. And we can see if there's any new information on that, but that's our understanding of this.
Yeah, so. I'm on page 55. So you will see a 21,785 difference in from 24 to 25. Over on the next column, you'll also see the revenue is up 15%. Would like to point out that that is where our third proposed summer student would come from instead of the operating budget. And the dollar amount associated with that is $12,580. We are able to utilize the summer students to check our splash pad over the summer. So to help exceed our cost and overage, we're recommending adding $1,000 to the overtime for our summer students.
In terms of the revenue, Josh, it looked good. Are we, first of all, are we expecting a continued uptick in it this year? Like, I know we're up a little bit last year, but I mean, are we moving that way again this year? So it'll be a little bit more than last year.
Through your Mayor Martin, that is correct. We are anticipating to be a little bit busier. We did start up a month earlier. This is also including some of the summertime things that we have going on. We had a boat show and we also had the circus in town.
I think you're kind of getting to my next question. So any of the revenues we're taking in, like a lot of them obviously are ice rentals and things from the winter. Do we take in any revenue in the summer? Like, I know when we write, whether it's, I don't know, for pickleball, is the pickleball free? But I don't know. Anyways, do we make any revenue not in hockey season?
Through you, Mayor Martin, that is correct. We did make quite a bit on pickleball this past year at $5 a person. And as I had stated, we did have a boat show. Upper Canada Marine had a boat show. I do believe it was around $1,500 in revenue for that day. And we also had the circus.
Is there much more interest in, like, I remember the boat show, do we get much interest in terms of running events like that? Like,
Through you, Mayor Martin, I do hope they will come back, and it would be nice if we got some other ones also.
yeah, no, good job. I'm just saying it'd be nice if we could offset the cost of student, right, with what we're bringing in, which we're working our way towards it. So thanks.
Is Celebrate Havelock included in that, or is that a different entity?
Through you, Mayor Martin, we do not receive anything from the Celebrate Havelock Committee.
Okay.
Going over to page 56. We're anticipating to keep our revenue the same at 1047. 24 projected actual was at 8750. Skate sharpening has been busier. I think the word.
Are you on, Josh?
56.
Okay.
I think our skate sharpening the word has spread. We were able to change that by $700. We were predicting $500 more for the arena advertising. Oh, I'm sorry. It'd be $500 left based off of 24 projected actual. And surface rentals, we are anticipating a $10,000 increase. Down to the expense category. The personnel column is up 16,642. Materials and supplies is also up $1,810. Information technology, so this would be our software support. We're able to take $1,500 away from that. Repairs and maintenance, it's not a lot, but we were able to take off $100. We're asking to keep memberships, training, and education the same. We will use that budget going into 25. There's a lot of training that our new employee needs, and we didn't invest in that until his 1 year time was up. You'll see a slight difference of $49.33 for insurance. Advertising and communications. So this is the arena internet and phone. We're at $4,800. The projected actual is $31.77 for 24. And professional services and contracts, we feel we should leave that at $1,800.
Mayor Martin, professional services and contracts, did you spend 1,800 last year on that? Josh?
Through you, Mayor Martin, when we were going through the budget, I do believe we hit that mark. We based that off that projected actual.
So you did use services that cost 1,800?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
We're on page 58. The gross operating, this is a difference of 14,965. And we're transferring 127,000 over to reserves. The difference of 14,965, I do believe, was we did not add $15,000 to the Matheson property this year. Down in contract services, we did account for anything that would have to be happening in the Matheson property going into 25. Over on page 59, we're transferring $127,000 to the reserves. Parks operating materials and supplies. We were able to take $5,040 off of that. Hydro, we were able to take $640 away. Equipment repairs and maintenance, we were able to take $175 away. Building repairs and maintenance, we did lower that $1,500. And contract services is a little bit different for $6,900. Some of our budget that we had for 24 is getting transferred over with council's approval to economic development. We're taking care of the contractor for coming in to do the banners and the Christmas lighting.
Sorry, if I just to make sure there's no miscommunication, there is in the Parks and Rec budget amount for Matheson of $12,000, which is a decrease 15 and 2024. That's in the materials and supplies line row on page 59.
So that 12 comes out of the 25.4.
Pardon me, sorry?
That 12 is out of the 25.4 on page 59.
It's in the $44,000.
44, sorry, yeah, okay, yeah, apologize.
Budget side, I'm sorry, Lionel, could you please redo that question again or redo that answer that you just gave?
That's okay. We had talked about Matheson and I just want people to be, I think that it may have sounded like there was nothing in the budget for Matheson in 2025, but there is. There's $12,000 and on page 59, that 12,000 is in the materials and supplies line.
Okay. So that's why the projected actual is so different from the budgeted, because you've added for Matheson of 12,000, right?
Through your chair, it was actually in last year's budget for 15 and Josh's projected actuals is 1778, so it was quite a bit less than the budget. So that's maybe why there's a difference between the 2024 budget and 2024 projected actuals, yeah.
Last year, it was projected, the actual cost that you spent was 25,463. This year, you're budgeting for 44,000.
Yeah, so materials and supplies includes the Matheson item. So in the 2024 budget, the budget for Matheson was $15,000 and the projected actual for Matheson was 1,778. And then in 2025, Josh is budgeting $12,000.
To Mayor Martin, we've had some contract work completed in the Matheson property. So that actual will change at the end of 24.
For you, Mayor Martin, could we have that as a separate line instead of you just adding that in there? I think our taxpayers would like to see the Matheson property, right? But what's the 25,000 for then, material and supplies, Josh?
Through you, Mayor Martins, this parks operating materials and supplies, so that does account for our splash pad, that counts for many things in our parks.
Okay.
Or I don't know, are we going to capital right now? Are we done? Well, I got a question between both. No, it's just here. So like, we're in operating.
Got one more page of
That's right.
Okay, go ahead then and I'll
Okay.
maybe ask at the end.
Moving over to page 60. For the arena operating, we'll see a difference of $3,000 for heat, gas, and oil. There's also a difference of $3,050 for hydro. We're able to take $315 away from the water and sewer. We added $300 to the materials and the supplies. We took $1,000 away from the contract roll. We added $2,035 to equipment repairs and maintenance. And down in the sports field operation, materials and supplies, we were able to take $800 off that. And these numbers are all based off 24 projected actuals.
Yeah, maybe more. Oh, Josh, I was looking at the highlight page. And I know we talked about before, you got in there. If approved staff will update baseball diamond lighting, the LED.
I'm really sorry, what page is that, Hart?
Sorry, 57. The right up page there.
Through you, Mayor Martin, I don't have that page, but yes, yes, that was in there.
Yeah, just the top two there. I'm just, because they weren't in the, they're not in the, so between the crew cab and then the baseball lighting, if you just.
Through you, Mayor Martin, staff had a meeting and these two they are high ticket items and they were removed for 25 budget. Trying to get some other things done, but if that was in there to be changed, that's correct.
So moving ahead, at some point, we're probably gonna need that 3/4 ton, right?
Through
And
your
we've
Mayor,
passed on that for a number of years.
that is correct. That is going on be a 20-year-old vehicle here shortly.
And then quickly, when we talked about the LED lighting, I wasn't big on doing that, but you said there might be some significant savings. Could I don't you tell council about what that might be, so.
That's right. So through you, Mayor Martin, I have been here for almost 20 years and they have been here my entire career. They are quite energy consumers, I'm sure. Only for our normal season throughout the baseball, but now with the outdoor rink slated to be online shortly, they are on 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. daily. It would be a significant hydro savings. So it's also at a significant cost to do the upgrade.
You said what be around 85,000 or so. No, it was like 90 just to be safe, right? To do the upgrade for the lighting.
Right, so that it did include installation also.
Okay. So that'd be for the baseball field.
And what is estimated savings annually on? I don't know.
Yeah. Through your Mayor Martin, I can contact the contractor and maybe there's a way that he would be able to let us know the hydro savings on.
It would just
switching.
kind of justify the 85. And there's no green up grant for that if we are improving and all that.
LAS.
Yeah. Yeah, you can check into that though, Josh, because there is lots of grants floating around for that type of stuff, so.
Well, we're supposed to green up.
Well, I mean, even if we go, I was just saying, we're going to a conference next week and imagine there'll be some lighting people at that conference. So maybe we can do some work when we're up there as well.
Sounds great.
And I agree with you. It's a capital versus operating.
Talking about this, and as Josh has stated, he took that out of the budget. Are we putting that back in the budget? Because I don't think we can put it back in the budget.
Well, we don't decide.
We haven't taken anything out of the budget yet.
No, I said Josh Josh said it was taken
I think
out.
those two, that's why I didn't know why they're in there,
Yeah.
but he said that they'd already taken them out, so they're
We
off
took
the
those
list
out.
as of right now. We can put them back on.
We are the he you're referring to, right?
No,
No.
Oh,
no.
You remember, staff had a meeting, going over budget submissions a couple of months ago, and the truck and the baseball lighting did not make the cut for 25.
They're not in there.
No, so
Council wishes to add.
Not at the moment.
Wow.
I think the issue was there wasn't enough money in the Parks and Rec Reserve, and with a funding opportunity for the Ball Diamond Recreation Park out there, there just wasn't enough funding available for those items, so it wasn't necessarily being decision that they weren't worthy. It was just there wasn't enough money available.
I understand that about the lights through your Mayor, but the truck, we have I don't want to use an automobile policy that
Reserve, yeah.
reserves, so at the very least, if it doesn't go on to be purchased, how are we looking on the reserve so that we lessen the burden for next year if we can't fight the whole thing this year? It's out, okay, that's fine, I just didn't know.
So we never had a vehicle reserve and for Parks and Rec until, I don't even know, so I don't know if we have it now, but they always just took hand-me-downs. Is that where we're still at? Like Terry said, maybe we need to make sure we got something going in there.
I thought the review was a holistic, a vehicle review, not divide up by part, by,
So
sorry.
we don't have a specific vehicle Parks and Rec reserve, but we have a really robust reserve system with a lot of reserves, but we don't have one specifically for that, just because I mean, we probably have as many reserves as larger cities, so Josh has been putting money away in the Parks Reserve, so it's funded a lot of good things over the last 5 years or so, but there just wasn't enough for the projects that Josh brought to the table this year. So, and as Josh has pointed out, I mean, council could take something out and then we could put the truck back in. It's just, we just didn't have the funding there.
Was that a bylaw or a motion or what was, I remember it certainly prior to 22. Around 22 that come up as a policy. They did a review, as I recall. No,
I'm sorry,
on the automobile vehicle.
We had one years ago that had all the vehicles. I think it's what year, and I have it at home. That had every vehicle listed and what year they come due.
Set up a committee to.
Yes, that's right. There was two people on the committee.
Deputy
Yeah,
Mayor
that's
Jerome.
right too.
I don't think they ever met.
No. Yeah, so I don't think it went any farther, but there was a document around that had like all the vehicles, but we never had Parks and Rec on it. They just got leftover fire trucks. Or whatever, but
And going not the past, was there any sort of bylaw or motion or something? We've got all sorts of history, but I just like something current that we can deal off of, because then maybe we can deal with. If you can find it, Bob, remember, I don't.
Hear you, Mayor Martin. No, there was no updated bylaw or policy on that. That was the original policy that was being discussed at the time.
Okay.
At this moment, there was no change made to that policy. So there is a list.
So there is a policy, then there was just no changes?
There was no changes made to it. It was
So-
the original policy.
Okay, what was the
As for
original
years
policy?
past.
Yeah.
Well, different vehicles have different lifespans.
Mhm.
I think the half tons were 5 years, 5.
That's through your memory. I do believe they're 7.
7 years. Okay.
okay. Go ahead.
through you, Mayor Martin, Josh, how many vehicles do you have now, or how do I put this? I believe that you did receive a new vehicle. I know it wasn't this year, maybe last year. So one was, and I know you have an older one, and that's okay. Do you have a third one? Like, how many vehicles do you have to run your department?
Through your Mayor Martin, the Parks Department has 2 vehicles.
2 vehicles. So you do have a brand new vehicle.
you do.
The other vehicle is what year?
It's a 2004.
It's 20 years old. Oh, wow. Okay. And kilometers on that?
I do believe there's under 200,000 on that unit.
That's not bad. My other question was, didn't you have another vehicle that you sold at GovDiv, right?
Do you
That was-
remember? Yes, we did sell a 2011 Dodge.
Okay, and how is the older vehicle running?
Through your Mayor Martin, the 2004 Chev is a good running vehicle. It is a quality vehicle. It does need some things. We could hang on to it for another year, I'm sure, but I don't want to say that we won't have to invest
Okay,
a whole lot into it.
Right.
It is, I do believe, thinking of my notes, it is 14 years past its service for us. Asset management does have that at a useful life of 0.
right, okay. I get that. My concern with buying all these vehicles is we're buying them all in 1 year. And then what's gonna happen in 5 years? You gotta come up with all that money. So in my way of thinking, if we want a vehicle, which I'm not saying you don't need one, because I know you do. But if you can, you have to space these out because we just can't come up with all the money all at once, right? So maybe in a year or 2 years, because then your newer truck is now getting up to, now we have to replace it again. You know what I mean?
That's right.
And come up with that happy balance. That's just my opinion.
Through your Mayor Martin, if we were to put off until next year, there would be a 2 years difference between vehicles.
Yeah. And that's where we got in trouble is when we started, some years you start saying, well, let's just keep it another year. And then they start clashing together because there was a plan, but the plan's gone out the window and.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just trying to come up with
Yeah.
something that's makes
know.
more sense, because every time we turn around, we're buying a vehicle.
That's because we got behind because they didn't follow the policy.
Because they didn't follow it, okay.
I think if from what I
I'm gonna
gather.
look for a motion that we go past the curfew here, 1:30 is the curfew, so
We should be up
Councillor
by
Doherty-
7:30, shouldn't we?
Councillor Doherty and Deputy Mayor Webb,
We'll have
all in favor?
break for lunch, won't we?
Okay.
Is it coming in? So
Just for clarification, Lionel, then when I look at it, I look at the Parks and Rec reserve in here, that's a true reflection of what's left in that reserve. Not including what's going on, what we're already in for with the rent there, right?
Yeah,
Like this is extra.
through each year, I don't think we need that now, there's no crowd, I don't think it's doing anything for online, is it? The mic? Okay.
Well, it helps online to hear,
I
yes.
won't mention any numbers.
Okay, through you, Chair, that is the projected balance if everything is approved as presented in the budget book at the end of 2025. So it would also have to service, if approved, the recreation park. And the report on the funding of the recreation park had a number of different funding sources, including quite a sizable amount from the Parks and Recreation Reserve. So the amount you see on that page, you have to decrease that by several $100,000.
What page is that you're on?
94. Some rule, like 400, like 4.
Future, I'd have to go back to the report, but I know quite a bit was included from that reserve, yeah.
Okay. No, thank you.
It would be down to next to nothing if we received that funding and it was 50%. Yeah.
If I could just go back to the replacement vehicle, one last thing. If we were to stick with our 7-year trade-in, if you will, we will receive more money than we would with a 10 to 15-year vehicle, obviously, so that would help offset. Well, it is still a hit, but it would be a little bit lighter.
Agreed.
If we're ready, we're gonna
I don't get into 4 years.
Go ahead.
page 115. For Parks and Recreation Capital. For the duration of the summertime, George Street was in construction, so we've taken our field planners from the Cenotaph location and put them at the end of town at the welcome sign. Well, this $3,000 is to replace those planners for the Cenotaph. The hanging baskets at $2,318. It would be nice to start weeding out the older, original, smaller ones. These new black ones do have a larger dirt area for the flowers. You have a larger flower and the water reservoir is considerable amount bigger. Well, I do believe that once we do transfer all to the black ones, we would be able to see a savings. We probably could get away with the Strat holiday watering. You'd see a submission for George Street Park security cameras, $2,400. This is overlooking the bottom half of the George Street Park, including the splash pad. Other municipalities do have camera footage at their splash pad. It's obviously strictly in the event that footage is requested. The winding road at the widening of the road at the arena for $200,000. I would like to point out that that was the one submission that didn't have the tax added to it. So that total is $218,208.65.
For you, Mayor Martin. The widening of the road, the arena road. Is this just because of the construction, which I'm sure is gonna be done in a few more years, so I'm just not sure where the 2 lanes are coming from. Which you shouldn't really have 2 lanes there anyway, not with the kids out of school. They're zipping in and out and, I mean, I've been down there.
Right, so through you, Mayor Martin, it was suggested that the top portion, if we were to call that the loop, is widened to accommodate 2-lane traffic. There was talks about possibly keeping the King Street and Matheson gates permanently open. That would direct the traffic both ways to the northern part. There is some other things associated with that. We would have to have our insurance adjuster on site. Those gates are there for a traffic control measure in the summertime. That was the least that we could do to accommodate the insurance requirements at the time. I'm sure once we bring the adjuster on site, you will see some significant changes to the entire parking lot.
Are you saying that the contractor is gonna say you have to have 2 lanes of traffic?
Through you, Mayor Martin, I'm suggesting that the insurance adjuster will highly recommend an elevation difference in between the roadway and behind the ballpark bleacher area with a poured curb to stop a vehicle from, there's no barrier there or for the kids walking to the school. So.
And that is why? Why don't you have that barrier there? I know which one you mean the one where the building is, where they sell the stuff?
That's right. So
why is that not there?
At the time, the municipality did do the bare minimum, and that was to control the flow of traffic with the gates.
Right.
If we were to open up those gates, we would have to follow suit with doing all other many parking lot improvements.
Okay, so, but right now George Street is done from the arena right to Victoria Street. So do we really need that road through the arena now?
Through your Mayor Martin, I was asked to have this included in a 25 budget submission. That did cause some issues over the course of the summertime.
There is some pressure out there to open it up. You get it all the time, keeping it open.
And you might be getting, I get none of it, but anybody I lay this out to,
You see, we got traffic issues there that we're dealing with already, so why are we gonna go and pave it and make it 2 lanes? You're gonna have twice as many traffic issues.
I agree.
So, well, that's the way I
You're allowed to get on here then.
I'll just let everybody know right now that there'll be no paving of the road back there. It's absolute nonsense as far as I'm concerned. Like, there's so many other things in this community. We got issues around safety. We just got an email about, I'm worried about the kids coming out of the school there, right?
Yeah.
So now we're
It's like
gonna
right
build up
there.
the roadway and
Well, I think what we
limit to 40 and,
Yeah.
direct traffic instead of keeping traffic out here. No, we're gonna direct them up through the rink and up through the school where other people are. This doesn't it makes no
So that'll
sense.
be coming
whatsoever.
forward at the next meeting. This is something that, like, it sounds like, if we're not in favor, that's just bring a motion and take it off and see where it
Well, I
goes.
think at very least, it's premature because we haven't even got the rink finished yet. We haven't got the addition planned yet. We don't know the configuration of that. So to put 200,000 in a road that we might want to change
Yeah.
in 2 years, to me, Hart's point, it doesn't make any
So
particular
the
sense.
opportunity will come. So right now, it's just in there. This
Yeah,
is a
no,
wish
it's fine.
list, and we'll deal with
No, but,
it.
and I understand there's issues we have there. What Josh kind of brought up there, I don't know, maybe this is, but I mean, you said we gotta bring in a consultant or something, right? So to me, why don't we bring in this consultant so we can have it laid out in terms of if we're gonna do X, Y, or Z, what we need to do, you know what I mean, by law, instead of us just sitting here kind of spitballing it, because he might come in and say, you can't do that, you can't do that. You know what I
So
mean?
that's what I'm saying, bring it forward, like, make that part of the motion.
Okay.
We'll have a good motion.
Okay.
It's, you know.
Next
make
week,
it-
okay,
Make
next
sure
week.
everything's
All right.
going. Okay.
Maybe, yeah, deal with it later this summer or
Yeah.
even into next year, but
Yeah,
because there is
it's an
work that,
opportunity,
to your
right?
point, there is work that needs to be done there, it needs to be cleaned up, so.
To your Martin, that would be our insurance company having
Yeah.
a representative come down.
We had that once before, so,
We did have that once.
yeah. So we can refresh our memory on that report
Mhm.
and then we can do.
So the findings from that day were
Yeah.
keeping these gates closed for,
Yeah,
I do believe it's Easter till Thanksgiving.
so like Deb said, the construction's done out there now. We may have to go back to the old way and people have to understand. So, but let's leave it for the next. Okay, carry on.
Going down to vehicle radios, we originally had 4,000. We did put a radio in our new truck out of operating. And this radio right here was to go in the proposed replacement for the 2004. If that's not happening, then we can scratch this $2,000.
And we've got something coming back for that on the number of radios we have and the light configuration, so we'll have more detail.
I have that. Sorry, through you, Mr. Rapp. I didn't even realize we've got cell phones and then we have CB radios. And our biggest complaint from taxpayers is we see the half tons running up and down the road. With that type of communication, would that not, should not that be part of it? I mean, communicate, well, but going back, like, should we, is it all tied together? I'm having trouble with the radio issue and the safety concern, particularly when we have the towers going up, but 3 of them within the next year or so.
Is there a home base for that? Like this radio, like Sherry just said, it's in the trucks, right? It's,
It's a two-way radio that,
but there's
Yeah.
no home base. So like, okay.
oh, like there's a paging place wherever it comes from. I don't know where the base is for. Like we paid for the license for whoever's doing it, so.
Okay.
A lot of the trucks that are running up and down the road are running back to get material or whatever. You know, the safety side of it is just if there happen to be somewhere remotely that there is no cell service and, you know, I don't know how that works, but it's, the radio will reach anywhere where the cell phones are scattered.
Through you, Martin, if I could add to that, it is a health and safety concern, and I can tell you that if you're at the garbage pail on the Kosh Lake Beach, your phone says SOS.
Mhm.
If we had a summer student that had a bee allergy, they got stung at the garbage pail.
911, and it will work, 911. Even when
Take a
your
radio
phone
as
says no,
our
sir.
council wishes.
Yeah.
No, I just didn't know we had them. And adding to it, and then the cost was.
No, we were discussing this outside. It's something that probably none of us want to do, right? Until something happens and.
Yeah, and
We're named in a lawsuit, so and then you wish you did it, so.
Yeah, no, it's.
One of the.
for you, Mayor Martin, going forward with this and the health and safety of all of our employees, should we not be looking into GPSs for the vehicles?
I think that came up somewhere.
$133,000 in a
But I
monthly
do
fee.
know other townships that are using them and it's quite the tool that they have and, I mean, that's,
So next week, make a motion that we put it in and see where it goes.
no, I don't want, I'd
Okay,
rather give Josh a truck.
Yeah. okay.
One last submission item is the $65,000 for the standby generator at the community center. This is in addition to the $40,000 that was approved in 2024. And we are all ready to go with the pressure changing substation that was put in over this past summer, which changes the gas pressure from inch-pounds to foot-pounds in order to accommodate the generator.
All right.
You started seriously, that didn't come up the emergency management meeting, did it?
Actually, it did.
Yeah. It's,
Oh, the generator?
Yeah.
All right, no, thank you.
Have you looked for more grants, Josh? Or-
Through you, Mayor Martin, we have not seen any grants. We have a good eye on everything that does come in.
Okay.
Also through you, Mayor Martin, the pressure station, I have heard of other municipalities having to pay dearly for that, and for some reason, Enbridge did give us that for free this year.
Awesome.
It was at a value of $30,000.
read that part. Okay,
Keep it coming.
okay. Yeah. Do you have anything else or?
No. Unless you have anything else?
Any other questions, George? No? All right, thanks, Josh.
Thank you, Josh.
Great, thank you so much.
So the items that we've got left on here, there's not a lot of discussion around them. I circled them here and I'm just gonna go through like cemetery board. It's the same as last year. I don't know if there's any questions, we need to take back to the board. Or we need to have the board here. Sorry, what did you see? And then the other, we've got the conservation authority right now, we haven't even started our budget. It's at the draft right now is 5.49. Whether it stays there or not, I don't know. We start our budget in the new year.
That's 5 point, is that a percentage or a
Yeah, it's a
so what's that
percentage.
equate to us in terms of dollars and how much will that increase?
Yeah, like I don't have that with me, but I think.
15,000?
Yeah, it's real low.
And last year's budget was 314, so
Yeah.
16,000.
Yeah, it's a low, I always tell people don't get, and I should have the number with, I'll see if I can find the number, but the percentage at that budget. What did you put in? You allowed something this year, didn't you?
He's got 27, extra 20.
Yeah.
Through you, Chair. So the 2025 budget assumes, I assumed a 5% increase. And this has been in the budget for a few years, $9,000 for potential in-year addition to Lower Trent Conservation Authority. So if that's not going to happen, or we don't think it's going to happen, or we want to deal with that by report, if it does happen, that part of the 2025 amount could be taken out.
So we have a section of our township that has no conservation authority, so we were looking at adding them because we were told that we might have to. And then we've had different information that we not thought that we might not need to do that.
Our planning department will be bringing forward a report on that and the council will make the final decision.
Okay. Okay. So I can, so the numbers, so the 5% that you put on, was that just for conservation in general or CDCA?
The 5% was on the actual amount for the CVCA.
Okay.
And then because the actual amount for 2024 is a little bit higher than budgeted. It was 2766 over what was budgeted. And then on top of that 5% increase to actual, there was the 9,000 for Lower Trent.
So I don't know where it's gonna fall out. They're having the same pressures at the Crow as everywhere else is, but that being said, it's a really good group down there on that board that it's one of the best I've seen there. Then you're all conscientious of its expenses, so. Yeah, so like library, that's on page 52. A lot of these things are. They're up to 15.
Library's good, like cemetery, like
Yeah.
There's not much to
budgets are always good.
Yeah. Then the policing,
That we should have.
so if you wanna, the library is okay, like I said, there's not too much on there.
It might change anyway.
So. And then,
What was that, Chair? Sorry, I'm sorry, what did I miss?
so it might change the library.
Okay.
Okay. Police, there was that, thing, about an amendment, just kind of find some more details out on that. I don't think it's a grant, so it's one of those things I'm worried if we take it out of there, any savings this year, next year we'll be paying for it. So-
Are they still changing? Because I thought when I read it, this is a couple weeks ago, is it not like a percentage of your 2024 cost or your 2024 user? You know what I mean? I thought the formula is already there. That's why I talked to you, is you can almost figure, well, we're in for about 100 to 150 grand. That's where you can get back. If that's what it is, but.
Through you, Chair, it's actually more than that. We'll come down to a 1% increase overall from last year. So it's around 200,000.
Nice. Good job.
It's-
That's why you get hit.
No, but it's not,
Like more money.
something you better keep in mind though, is don't get too anxious to use that, because next year we might get double.
Yeah.
Because it's not a grant, it's to help us through the election. And then we can get a jab next year.
It's a one-time adjustment.
Yeah, it's an adjustment.
As long as they don't raise it again
They
next
will.
year.
It
You think
probably
so?
will. Oh, yeah.
Because remember we stayed static in the last time. That's what I said too. I don't mind paying it as long as that stays steady for 4 years so we can kind of budget off
Yeah.
it. But if they're just gonna keep.
Well, that's the
raising it
details
every
I'm trying to
year,
get,
okay.
on that, because I've been told, don't use that.
Future, I've read all the information that's been put out, and there is absolutely no guarantee that it's not gonna go up next year, whether it's half of the 18%, the full 18, absolutely no guarantee. It speaks to a lot of great things they've done for 2025, but yeah.
It's a ballot box issue. It's,
Yeah,
it's.
so so that'll be a discussion, like, and I'll see what I can find out over the next little bit here. I just haven't got a straight answer. I've been just told by some other people that don't get too.
We don't think we get too excited about it anyway,
Yeah.
because we don't use it all.
So. Okay, and source water is the other one in here.
One thing we didn't go through, unless I missed it, did we go through planning?
Yeah,
Mhm.
we did, yeah. When was that?
That's why Travis came back up.
Was I outside? I don't even know. I remember him being here. I don't remember.
You might have
him
been.
planning.
No, he did leave for a little spot there.
Yeah, you were gone for a good half hour.
I wish it was a half hour. We gave Counselor flag.
Okay, so
Later, remind you, the camera's still running.
So the question you have,
It's just teasing, sorry, I was just teasing everyone.
okay,
It wasn't a half an hour.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
Councillor
I'm
Flag.
just teasing. like
so
this.
that, you might have been out of the room because it wasn't very long.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Keep Travis and
Okay, yeah,
bring that
thank you,
back.
thank you very much. Yeah, we've been here long enough. Thank you. Sorry.
Have I missed anything?
Sorry.
else? I don't think so. No. Okay, well, I thank everyone. Go ahead.
Sorry, you mentioned source water, so.
Oh, yeah.
You may have noticed in the book for source water, it went down by $6,000. They may have thought that was a mistake, but that is completely due to how Orca is allocating its costs. They changed their system and HBM came out to the good by almost $6,000. So that's a good number.
Yeah, thank you. I thought you were just talking down there about the source water person.
Gonna sit on
Wait till the new guy gets in. Be doing something right.
All right then. So.
Good.
That's it. Then a motion to receive all the reports that all the delegations or reports. It's
Jerry and Mike.
Yep. Kathy and Gary. All in favor, and that's carried. Right, the confirming bylaw for today's meeting. Sure. Jerry. Kathy. All in favor, carried. And adjournment,
Please.
Art. That.
Oh,
All in favor.